Dual Cultivation Audiobook by Kevin Volume 4, Chapter 1 TL Note. Please note that this chapter was split by the author himself. This is also the extra chapter for the week, so a huge thanks to all the donors for making this chapter possible. It's already been 3 years since Ryalma parted with the Duke's family at Gimyuru, and approximately 2 years since Ryalma retrieved his inheritance. It was on the morning of such a day that a carriage departed from the gates of the town of Karabin that was a few days' distance from Gimyuru. Within the carriage were the figures of 6 people. One was an old man who worked as the coachman, while the other 5 were young girls of marriageable age. The coachman was the butler of the Jamal household, Sebasu, and the ones inside the carriage were the daughter of the Jamal household, Ilialia Jamal, and her friend and classmate, Miyabi Sayanji. Also within the carriage were the eldest daughter of a count, Michelle Wilden, the knight and eldest daughter of a baron, Riera Clifford, and the magic tool craftsman apprentice, Kanan Shuza. Dressed in inconspicuous clothing, these 5 young girls have left the capital and have been traveling with Sebasu-san on a carefree trip. It won't be long till the city of Gimyuru. Aaliyah, write Tilda Miyabi if everything goes well, will be there within 2 days. Michelle, I'm looking forward to seeing the matches being held at the arena. Riera, as for me, I'm most interested in Elia and Miyabi's friend. Kanan, these 5 young girls made use of the academy's extended leave to go on a trip, and are now happily talking about the things they are looking forward to in Gimyuru. The reason behind choosing their destination as Gimyuru is partly because of Elia's promised reunion with Ryalma. However, that's not the only reason they're going to Gimyuru. In the past 2 years, thanks to all the efforts of Gimyuru's hired earth magicians and workers, Gimyuru was able to complete the new town to the south where the arena is, making the place much more lively than what it used to be. They, especially Riera, who aims to be a knight, hope to see the matches of the many adventurers and people that take pride in their skills. Although this trip might be a carefree one, as 3 of the young girls are daughters of nobles, they are being accompanied by the head butler of the Jamal household, Sebasu, who acts both as their coachman and bodyguard. Of course, the young girls' parents had all given them their approval to go on this trip too. Sometime later, as the carriage continued to proceed toward their destination, Elia looked out the window. As she gazed at the scenery outside, she muttered, saying, "I've heard rumors of bandits attacking while on the road, but I can't feel even an inkling of such presence." Gimyuru has gotten popular lately, causing the tourists and merchants to increase. Because of that, the number of bandits have also increased. However, Gimyuru isn't one to take that lying down. In order to deal with them, Gimyuru put up requests against the bandits with relatively high compensation. As soon as the rumors circulate, the adventurers gather and the bandits are dealt with. But in the unlikely situation that we do happen upon some, please rest assured, I will be here to protect you young ladies. Sebasu, a first-class magician such as Sebasu, could easily deal with bandits while protecting 5 people, and even if the carriage were to be ruined, Sebasu could still run away with the group in tow with his dimension magic. Moreover, the path we're taking is safer than the other paths. There should be little chance of bandits appearing here. Sebasu, as he said that, he took the reins of the horse, guiding it toward one of the many roads leading to Gimyuru. The path the carriage was headed for was the path that crossed over a mountain. Sebasu Dono, why is this path safe? Riera, having been born to a family that has served as knights for many generations, Riera possessed a wealth of knowledge when it came to dealing with bandits. It should have been common sense that bandits preferred the mountain roads, where they could lie in wait at an opportune place for some unknowing prey. She could not understand why Sebasu would judge the road they were taking to be safe. At Riera's question, even the other 4 couldn't help but pay attention to Sebasu. This is something I happened to overhear at Karabin, but apparently there's an adventurer that's been frequenting this road lately. He goes around subjugating the bandits even without receiving a prior request. Moreover, he makes sure to deal with all of the bandits, not leaving even a single one untouched. Such actions have apparently stricken fear into the hearts of the bandits, causing most of them to stay clear of this road. Sebasu, when the 5 girls heard that, they were able to understand. Afterwards, they began to talk amongst themselves again. As they did, Sebasu happily watched over them as he drove the carriage. As their carriage continued through the mountainous road, they passed through other carriages and even the travelers that were resting by the road. When noon came, the girls had to stop their carriage as well in order to rest and have lunch. As they ate, they talked about the people passing by. This road sure has a lot of people passing through it, huh, Conan, I know right. They're probably gathering here cause they heard that the road's safe. Miyabi, because of that rumor, Conan, most likely. Besides, with this many people passing through here, it won't be so easy for the bandits to attack either. Well, being safe is nice and all, but I'm a bit worried about the lodging once we get to the next town. Michelle, the next town's not that big either too. It'd probably be better if we hurry, huh, Riera? I don't think hurrying now would make a difference though. Michelle, they ate like that as they talked amongst themselves. When they finished eating, they began to move again. And fortunately, they were able to make it to the town before the sun had set. This town is called Mek. It's mostly just a stopover town for people to rest while on their way to Gimyuru. And as it's only a day's distance from Karabin, a lot of people heading to Gimyuru dropped by. It was on this town that a problem appeared. My deepest apologies, but there are no longer any free rooms, clerk. I see. Elia the 6 left the inn that refused them. Just as they had feared, they weren't able to get an inn. This village is an inn town, so there are many inns in it. But at the same time, there are also a lot of people heading for Gimyuru. Moreover, that already overwhelming number was further increased because of the rumor that's been circulating. There are some new inns being built to allow the town to accommodate more people, but unfortunately, they aren't done yet. As a result, the town's inns are being constantly filled with people. If the 3 daughters of noble lineage were to announce their presence, it would be possible to forcibly take some rooms, but their personal values wouldn't let them do that. Because of that, they had no choice but to go around to look for an inn. In the end, they were refused, and they finally had no choice but to sleep inside Sebasu's dimension home. Because they gave up on staying at an inn, the girls weren't able to experience one of the joys of traveling, which was to stay at the inn of the land they are visiting. So instead, they went around to see the gorgeously decorated lively town, window shopped at a souvenir store, and when they'd whetted their appetite enough, they went to eat supper. Does this town have any specialty? Conan, there seems to be a lot of delicious restaurants. Michelle, but because there's plenty of delicious restaurants, it becomes a dilemma which one to go to. Elia, then in that case I'll go and ask. Conan, as Conan said that, she went to a nearby shop's clerk and she began her inquiries. She came back after a while. I got some info. There's a bar near the west gate of this town called Woodsman. There's also a restaurant with delicious cooking at the east gate at a restaurant called Tereshi Diner. And then if we want to eat a variety of foods, the clerk said to go to the northern part of the town as there are many carts gathered there. Conan, regardless how delicious the cooking may be, it'd be better not to go to the bar. Miyabi, it'll be a pain if we get caught up with some weird guy after all. Michelle, so that leaves the carts or Tereshi Diner. Riera there, Elia asked Conan this. I wonder what kind of food the cars serve. Elia Tilda, it's because Elia's a lady after all. Conan, as Conan said that, Riera began explaining. They generally have a lot of food on stick. There are also plenty of soups and drinks. And then there are also places that properly serve food. And even if the dish is the same, the taste can change depending on the store. A good cart can provide really delicious food. Riera, oh, Riera, have you gone to carts before? Aaliyah, I don't go that much, but before I enrolled into the academy, my dad sometimes took me. Dad says it's convenient to eat at those sort of places because it makes it possible for him to have an honest conversation with his subordinates, so because of that, he frequents the food carts. Riera, so that's how it is. Aaliyah, since Elia doesn't seem to have any experience with the food carts, how about we eat there? Michelle, if everyone's all right with it, then please. Aaliyah, I'm fine with it. It's been a while since I've got to eat from a food cart. Conan, I'm all right with the food carts too, but I don't think that'll be enough to have our fill. Miyabi, then in that case, we can go there to taste some food from the carts. Then if that's not enough, we can just go eat at a proper restaurant. Riera, perfect. As long as we pay attention to the amount we order, there should be no problem. Aaliyah, like this, the girls headed for the northern part of the town where the carts were gathered. With Conan in the lead, the girls headed for the area where the carts were gathered. When they got there, they were greeted by a large, rectangular plaza that ran along the town's outer walls. The plaza of the town can be entered through the side road from the main street. Meeting the people entering from the side road are the over 40 carts lined up. There are many customers going around between the carts and the side street. With the hustling and bustling and enthusiasm, altogether the atmosphere area was like that of a festival's. There are so many people. Aaliyah, I haven't gone to food carts all that much with my dad, but from what I've heard, one of the joys of eating at food carts is finding a delicious one amongst all the rabble. With this many carts, there's bound to be one that's delicious. Riera, let's go and find a delicious place to eat at already. Miyabi, at Miyabi's words, the five of them went to take a look at the food in the carts. Meanwhile, Sebasu nonchalantly made sure that there were no suspicious people around them. When they found something that caught their eye, the five of them went along with Sebasu-san toward that cart. At first, Elia couldn't calm down as she impatiently carried the skewered meat to her mouth, but after a while she finally showed signs of getting used to it. When everyone had their fill, Michelle said this. I think I'll finish after one or two more. As expected, we won't be able to go see all the carts. Michelle, I think I'll do the same. Miyabi, right, then what should we eat? We've already eaten all sorts of skewered food, so, Aaliyah, I'd like to eat something that fills me up more. Conan, then in that case, how about that cart over there? Sebasu, as Sebasu said that, he pointed toward a cart with a long queue waiting on it. As the cart was hidden by the crowd of people, the six of them couldn't see the cart. However, there was a sign that was raised up high where the food being sold was written. Slime Den Restaurant Special Meat Buns. Michelle, from the town of Gimyuru, I think that might be. Aaliyah, yes. It's the name of Ryoma-sama's store. Sebasu, by Ryoma, you mean Elia's friend, right? Riera, yes. Some time ago he mentioned in his letter that he had employed someone whom he turned into a head chef and opened a store with, but I didn't know that it was a cart. Aaliyah, don't you think the store's name might just be an imitation? Conan, the possibility that Conan mentioned does exist, but Sebasu promptly denied it. That's genuine. It's most likely Ryoma-sama's cart. I also haven't heard anything about Ryoma-sama's cart, but he probably came here to spread word about his store. Sebasu, the papers for a cart can easily be done. Moreover, finding a place for one won't be hard either. Because of that, it's not strange to have just one or two cooks operating one. Moreover, by spreading word of his own store to all these people that are heading toward Gimyuru, the possibility that a lot of people might come to his store shouldn't be hard to imagine. Hearing that, the five understood. In that case, the next problem would be the taste. I've never heard of that meat bun dish he's talking about. What kind of cooking is it? Aaliyah, it's seasoned grilled meat mixed with all sorts of ingredients and then packed in a bread. However, the bread used is completely different from a normal bread. The bread used is made not by frying, but by steaming, so it's extremely soft. And with the juice of the meat permeating into the bread, the taste of the ingredients becomes superb. I've had the pleasure of eating it once, and I have to say it was absolutely delicious. When Sebasu answered Riera's question, everyone suddenly became interested in the meat buns. It kind of sounds delicious. Kanan, shall we go try it? We'll be meeting him later, so it'll also serve as a good topic for conversation. Riera still, the line's pretty darn long. Miyabi, moreover, there also seems to be a limit on how much one can buy. Michelle on the store's sign was pasted, only 2 per person. This is to spread the store's meat buns to everyone, please cooperate. Just 2, huh? Then I guess I'll go buy some dessert somewhere. Can you guys buy my portion too? Of course, I'll buy dessert for everyone. Michelle, I'll lend you a helping hand. Carrion, 6 people's worth of food's bound to be a handful, right? Miyabi, then in that case I'll come along too. Riera-sama, please take care of our family's young lady. Sebasu, leave it to me. Riera, like this, Michelle, Miyabi, and Sebasu left to buy dessert. The ones left in that place were Riera, Ilialia, and Kanan. They were lined up at the end of the queue. Riera felt something amiss when Sebasu chose to leave Ilia. Woe, he was supposed to protect the most, but her thoughts were interrupted when the other 2 called out to her. What's the matter, Riera? Ilia, keep going. The queue's unexpectedly fast, so if you stop, we'll become a bother. Kanan, right. Riera, what Riera was pondering about was actually what would happen if a situation where she can't handle occurs. But changing her way of thinking, Riera followed the line. Just as Kanan had mentioned, the line was actually quite fast. At this rate, it shouldn't be long before it becomes their turn. The 3 waited for a while, then their turn finally came. The cart was being operated by 2 black-haired men who cooked the food and served the customers. The 2 had the exact same face and appearance, so they were clearly twins. With Riera in the lead, the 3 of them closed in to the clerk. The clerk called out to them. Welcome, clerk. 6 meat buns, there's 3 of us. Riera, said Riera as she ordered the meat buns. But as the clerk was about to respond, the clerk suddenly stopped mid-speech. Unders, clerk. Before Riera, who became wary of the clerk, could say something, the clerk muttered. Ilia, clerk. When the 3 heard that, they were more or less surprised, but the one surprised the most was the one whose name was called Ilia. When Ilia took a peek at the clerk who called her name, she felt that it was a face she had seen before. As she tried to recall, she spoke the name of the person that came up in her thoughts. Ryalma-san. Ilia, so it really is Ilia. It's been a while. Ryalma. Ilia nodded her head to confirm the clerk's, Ryalma's, words. And then she smiled. These 2 have been keeping in touch with each other through their letters, but letters aren't able to show one another their appearances. Moreover, they were both going through a period of growing up, so after not having met for 3 years, they had grown up and weren't able to recognize each other with just a glance. The both of them were taller compared to 3 years ago. Ilia had grown to around 160 cm, while Ryalma was half a head taller. And more than anything, Ilia's body was become much more rounded like a woman's, while Ryalma wasn't fat by any means. His body is built with muscles. It can't be helped that neither of them were able to recognize each other. Although they were surprised at the sudden reunion, Ryalma and Ilia began talking to each other while her friends were left dumbfounded at the realization that the rumored friend was actually the man before them. But then, a man's voice sounded out from behind them. Hey, hurry up, man. Yes, Ryalma, we can't talk here, huh? Ilia, as Ryalma filled the paper bag with meat buns, he asked Ilia. Ilia, where are you staying at today? Ryalma, actually, we couldn't find an inn because of all the people, so we'll be staying at Sebasu's dimension home instead. Ilia, oh, I'm going to close soon, so if you don't mind, how about we meet later? Ryalma, yes, let's, but where? Ilia, let's meet at the Tereshi Diner to the east of this town. That restaurant's being run by a pair of now married former adventurers, so it's safe. Ryalma, all right, I'll see you then. Ilia, thank you for your patronage. Next customer. Ryalma, after finishing their quick exchange, Ilia and her friends left Ryalma's cart. And just as they left, Michelle and the others who had gone to buy desserts arrived. Elia and the others explained to them what had just happened at the cart. After eating the meat buns and the desserts, the 6 of them all gathered at the Tereshi diner to meet with Ryalma. Speaking of which, the meat buns were a huge success. Volume 4 Chapter 2. Reunion 2. The Tereshi diner was a big restaurant, so the travelers that came to this city would often eat and drink there. At a corner of that restaurant's warm atmosphere were Elia and the others, chatting as they enjoyed their tea. So Sebasu, did you know that Ryalma-san was here? Elia, I did hear that Ryalma-sama has gone through the mountainous road many times, but I wasn't aware that he would have his cart open in this town today. Sebasu at that time, Sebasu saw Ryalma's figure working within the cart through the opening between the people lined up. It was there that he first realized that Ryalma was in town. Incidentally, the reason Ryalma was in this town was because Elia had once sent him a letter, informing him that she would use this path to head to Gimyuru. Because of that, Ryalma decided to subjugate the bandits in the area. Him deciding to open a cart in this town came after that. The rumored person they heard of this afternoon is none other but Ryalma. Sebasu was already aware of that. When Elia found out that he knew, she complained and told him that he should have told her. Right around that time, though, Ryalma entered the store. Promptly he was brought to where the girls were sitting, and the clerk called the girls' attention. "Excuse me, I've brought your companion." Clerk, "Sorry, I was late." Ryalma, after a quick bow, Ryalma called out to Isla. "Elia, it's been a while." "I did mention it just a while ago, but it's great to see you're doing well." Ryalma, "Indeed. It really has been a while, hasn't it? Ryalma-san, are you doing well too?" Elia, "I did mention it in the letters, but yes, I'm doing fine. By the way, these people are your—" Ryalma, after Elia smiled at Ryalma, he turned to look toward the other girls. The one who received his gaze was Miyabi, who waved her hand. Ryalma-han, long time no see. Do ya still remember me, Miyabi? Miyabi-san, right? Long time no see too. Of course, I remember you. Ryalma, so you remembered me, huh? Ta tell you the truth, I was sort of wonderin' what I should do if you didn't. Miyabi, don't worry, forgetting you won't be possible since the impression you left was quite strong. Ryalma, the way you talk makes me wonder exactly how it is you're remembering me, but whatever. That aside, how long are you planning to keep on standing? Take a sit. Miyabi having been told that, Ryalma took a seat. Then he began his introductions to Michelle, Riera, and Kanan. My name is Ryalma Takebayashi. I believe the 2 of you have already seen me back there in the cart, but in any case, I am the owner of the meat bun selling cart and the restaurant, Slime Den Restaurant at Gimyuru. But considering that the management is mostly taken care of by the head chef, I suppose it might be better to refer to me as an investor instead. I normally spend my days at home researching and manufacturing things. When I'm not, I'm out gathering materials and ingredients for my research while carrying out adventurer work. In any case, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Ryalma, a pleasure to meet you as well. I am Michelle Wilden. I'm the eldest daughter of the Wilden household, but please refer to me as Michelle. My hobby lies in magic formation research. Michelle, so Michelle-san is a scholar of magic formations. Ryalma, when Michelle heard Ryalma say that, her eyes sparkled. Are you familiar with magic formations? Michelle, I know a little from my grandmother, but it's nothing more than a little introduction. Ryalma, as magic formations is unfortunately a study that's widely unpopular. There are few people that know of its existence, which is why I'm so happy to know that I have some to talk about it with now, Ryalma-kun. Michelle, as Michelle began to grow excited, Riera remonstrated her. Calm down, Michelle. We haven't finished introducing ourselves yet. Riera, oh sorry, please excuse me. Michelle, seriously, I'm sorry. Michelle has a tendency to sometimes prattle on like this. Riera, please don't mind it. There are many people like her amongst my acquaintances, so if anything, it's actually relaxing. Ryalma, thank you. Riera, said Riera as she sighed, then as her expression stiffened, she introduced herself. Please pardon my delayed introduction. I am Riera Clifford. There's no need to be polite with me either, so please just call me Riera. In the future, I plan to become a knight. By the way, a while ago you mentioned that you did adventurer work. May I know what rank you are? Riera, my rank. It's C. Ryalma. After Ryalma said that, Riera thought to herself for a bit, then she said this. I see. If you don't mind, I would like to have a duel with you should the opportunity present itself. I want to know my current strength. Riera, if you're fine with me, then any time. There is a good place for that very purpose in Gimyuru after all. Ryalma, thank you. Riera bowed, and the next one, Kanan, spoke. Next up is me. Name's Kanan Shuza. My family's been working as magic tools craftsmen for generations. So I'm studying both as a magic tools craftsman and as a jeweler. It's a pleasure to meet you. Kanan, it's nice to meet you as well. Ryalma, by the way, I heard you mention just a while ago that you manufacture things. Can I know exactly what it is you make? Kanan, Ryalma appeared to be a little troubled as he answered Kanan's question. If I were to put it briefly, a lot. Medicines, smithing, woodworks. I also make kitchenware such as pots and knives, and even the steaming baskets I used in the cart from before. I make weapons too, but I'm usually making things that are needed for daily life or farming tools. If there's anything I specialize in particular, then I guess it's medicine and magic staves. Ryalma, you really do make a lot. As for me, I specialize in grinding jewelry. Kanan, hearing that, Ryalma asked, Kanan-san, do you make jewels right from the grinding stage? A jeweler I know buys his from a specialist that specializes in grinding, which he then uses to create his ornaments. Ryalma, there are people like that, but the Shuza family works from the grinding stage to the engraving stage. Because of that, members of our family are able to create products all on their own. Part of the reason is because of the necessity in ensuring that the materials used are compatible for magic tool purposes. But it's mostly because our family's made up of stubborn craftsmen who don't want others interfering with their work. Of course, there are also cases where several people work together to make a single product, but that only really happens between a pupil and a master that's been together for a long time. We don't really buy jewels from external sources. Kanan, it was in this way that the introductions concluded, and Ryalma and the others got to know each other. There, Ryalma finally ordered, and Michelle asked him a question. Do you frequent this store? Michelle, yes, actually. I usually have my meals at this restaurant whenever I drop by this town. At first, I was planning on having the leftovers of the cart for supper, but since nothing would be left for Met to eat, I decided to eat out instead. Ryalma, well, that meat bun really was delicious after all. Still, you seem to be famous here for some reason, and not just because you're a regular or anything. Is there something going on? Michelle, this is actually something that the others have also been itching to ask. At first, they thought it would be rude to just enter the store without ordering anything, so they figured they should order something light while waiting. But when they entered the store and mentioned they were waiting for Ryalma, the female clerk they were talking to realized that they had already eaten some meat buns from the cart, and she told them that they didn't have to forcefully order something if they're only waiting for Ryalma. It shouldn't be strange to see customers who take up seats without ordering to be a nuisance, but despite that, no one saw them as a bother. It's probably because I order a lot and come here frequently. Moreover, I also helped out a lot of times with the expansion of the town. I used my earth magic to create the area they are building the new lodging on now, you see. Also, each time I would come here, I would order food enough for 10 persons' portion. Ryalma, hearing that, not only Michelle, but even Sebasu and the others were shocked. 10 people's portions every time. Michelle, Ryalma-san, did you always eat that much? Aaliyah, having been asked like that, Ryalma explained himself. No, I eat the same as a normal person. A single person serving or maybe two at most. The one eating the remaining food is. I think the three of you who dropped by the cart might have noticed it, but there is another person working at the cart alongside me. The one who eats a lot is that. Ryalma, there was another person. Elia, there was, but he was working by the cookware at the back, so he didn't stand out. Riera, I saw him too. That guy had the same face as Ryalma. Is he your twin? Conan. Ryalma chuckled when he heard Conan's words. We're not twins. Actually, he's not even human. Ryalma. Everyone else except for Sebasu was shocked. Sebasu had met Ryalma many times in these past 2 years, so he already had a good grasp of the situation. He's actually a slime. Ryalma, a slime. Conan, it's a mimic slime, a slime with the ability to mimic. I have it mimic my appearance to help out with the cart whenever I put it up. And instead of a salary, I feed it a lot. It may look like a human, but it's really a slime deep inside, so its digestion is really fast. Ryalma, so that's why you're ordering 10 people's portion every time. Michelle, they even gave us some service thanks to that. Miyabi, it's because I'm an important customer. Besides, the people of this shop are all good people and really adaptable. As Ryalma said that, the food finally came. The waiters lined them up before Ryalma, and Ryalma paid them in chips. Then he began to eat. As he was eating, he asked something that bothered him while they were introducing themselves. By the way, why is Sebasu-san the only escort? Is that really okay? Ryalma, the one who answered that question first, was Michelle. She threw her chest out as she said, it's true that there are nobles who like to bring escorts and helpers in groups whenever they travel, but I hate that sort of stuff. Besides, my mom is a researcher of medicine, and my dad's a researcher in the field of magic formations, so there are plenty of times when they go out to gather ingredients and test out their magic. Because of that, I was also advised to put importance on field work. Accordingly, I normally go out by myself. Besides, Sebasu-san is here too, so there shouldn't be any problems. Michelle, the next one who answered, was Riera. I might be a noble, but I was still born to a knight family. If it's just one or two, I'm fairly sure I can protect myself. Besides, if anyone from my family were to ask for escorts when going out, my family would scold them saying, if you're aiming for a knight, then you shouldn't be on the side of the ones being protected, but on the side of the ones protecting. Don't be naive. Riera smiled as she said that. Following after her, Conan spoke next. Me and Miyabi aren't nobles to begin with, so we never had any escorts from the start. Even without escorts, a girl can still travel safely as long as she pays to ride a stagecoach. Unless you're carrying a lot of money, or carrying something valuable, or being targeted by someone, a commoner wouldn't really bother hiring an escort. Conan, hearing their replies, Ryalma was able to understand. After that, they spoke about a lot of things, such as when Elia and Ryalma first met, or when Elia and the other girls first met. Ryalma was eating while they were talking, so he was mostly just listening. Around the time when Ryalma finally finished eating, they were a lot more familiar with each other and could speak their thoughts unreservedly. It was then that they decided to travel together to Gimyuru tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's meet by the east gate. Elia, Ryalma, and the others left the store. Then the girls' group randomly picked a place, opened the dimension home, entered it, and then passed the night. Within Sebasu's dimension home that was wonderfully partitioned with a partition screen, inside a room where 5 beds were lined up, were 5 girls talking amongst themselves. Who would have thought we'd actually meet with the rumored Ryalma-kun in this town? Although we did plan to say hi once we got to Gimyuru, it seems our plans were pushed forward a bit. Well, what do you all think? Michelle, as Michelle said that, Riera and Conan began to think. Elia and Miyabi waited for them to talk. They have heard all sorts of things about Ryalma from Elia and Miyabi, who would sometimes talk about him. But the things they heard were all unbelievable things, such as a boy who was a year younger than them, but could cast intermediate dimension magic, or someone who could kill D-rank magical beasts barehanded. This caused Michelle, Riera, and Conan unable to decide whether what they were hearing was true or not. It's not that they suspected Elia and Miyabi to be lying. It's just that the stories they heard were really hard to believe. Because of that, they made it one of their goals in this trip to meet Ryalma in person. Conan was the first to speak. How to put it, he feels like a normal older brother, the type that could be seen anywhere. I can't see him being as strong as the stories say. Conan, but his body seems to be well built. He mentioned being a C-rank adventurer, so he should have at least that much strength. In any case, I like how he didn't look at us with perverted eyes. Riera, his eyes aside, I'm more interested in his research rather than whether he's strong or not, but I couldn't ask him about it at all today. That slime of his sure surprised me, though. It's my first time knowing about a slime that could become anything it eats. If it eats a goblin, it will become a goblin. If it eats a dragon, then it can turn into a dragon. Michelle, he called it a mimic slime, right? Elia, the conversation would sometimes stray, but their impression of Ryalma wasn't bad. The three who hadn't met Ryalma until now, especially for Riera, who had only heard of rumors of a queer and unknown young man, were wary of him. But after their first meeting, they were at least able to understand that he didn't seem to be a dangerous person, allowing them to relax their guard. Even though it should have been a given that Ryalma wouldn't be a dangerous person, as he only came to know Elia thanks to her ducal family acknowledging him, it could be said that Riera having her guard up is due to how serious she was and how strong her feelings were for her friends. In Michelle's case, she didn't think of Ryalma as anyone dangerous at all. The only thoughts she had regarding Ryalma was her interest in him as a researcher. From what she's heard, Ryalma's an intellectual. Moreover, the chances of him being an alchemist is high. Because of that, she can't help but be restless, eagerly hoping to have a chance to talk with him about magic formation research. She may not have any proof that he's an alchemist, but from what she knows, Ryalma is the most mysterious person around Elia. As Elia's friend, as a researcher, there were many reasons why she wanted to meet him. And now that she's able to meet him, she can't help but rack her head, trying to think of a way to bring alchemy up in a conversation. As for Conan, she didn't hold any special thoughts regarding Ryalma, and was mostly interested in him for being a friend's friend. Because of that, she never had any preconceptions or bias when they met. Like this, the girls continued to talk about their impressions until the night grew late. When they reached a point where they could stop, they went asleep and retired for the day. Volume 4, Chapter 3 TL Note. Here's another extra chapter. Thanks for all those who donated. GK tomorrow BTW due to some assignments that need to be passed early morning tomorrow. Terms, extended leave vacation. Extra chapters. Also, remaining extra chapters will be posted this week. So this week will be another 4-chapter week. Volume 4, Chapter 3. The road to Gimyuru won. The next day, on a bright and clear day, Ryalma met up with Elia's group by the east gate and left the town. Sebasu then took out a covered wagon and horse from his dimension home. And since Elia's Rimmel birds were out, Ryalma took his as well from his dimension home. When he did, the Rimmel birds seemed to recall that they were all from the same flock, and starting from the nightmare and phantom Rimmel birds, the other Rimmel birds followed, and they all flew through the skies together. 17 Rimmel birds flying sure stands out. Ryalma, they seem to be having fun, so just let them have their way for now. Rather than that, Ryalma-san, you seem to have 2 more Rimmel birds than before. Elia, yeah, just last year the Rimmel birds suddenly laid some eggs. That really took me by surprise. How about yours? Ryalma, all my Rimmel birds are female. Elia, oh, I guess it can't be helped then. Ryalma. The two continued to chat as they watched the Rimmel birds until the carriage was ready to depart. Just like yesterday, Sebasu took the role of the coachman while 2 sat on the sides and 3 sat on the front and back seats. They sat facing each other. Ryalma's seat was situated the furthest back as it also doubled as a lookout for the rear of the carriage. The carriage drove and the Rimmel birds meandered. They followed the carriage from the skies, and from time to time they would perch themselves over the carriage's roof. Inside the carriage, Ryalma took out the necklace that Elia asked him to keep 3 years ago. He couldn't give it back to her yesterday due to the large number of people in the area, but now that they were alone he could safely give it back. Elia, here's the necklace you asked me to keep. Ryalma, so you brought it with you. Thank you. Elia with a smile, Elia received the box containing the necklace. Then she put it away in a small item box. After that she whispered to Sebasu and had him take out 2 slimes from his dimension home. Those 2 slimes were none other than the heel slime and scavenger slime that Ryalma had lent Elia. As Elia hugged the 2 slimes, she made an expression that seemed somewhat lonely. These 2 kids have taken good care of me these past 3 years. Thank you for lending them to me. Elia, so you received these 2 from Ryalma too. Michelle, the heel slime, healed us whenever we got injured while training. It was really a great help, thank you. Riera, as they said that, they began to caress the slimes. Ryalma fell into a deep thought upon seeing that. Ryalma Han, Miyabi, Elia, if it's not too much trouble, could I have you continue raising those as your slave demons? Ryalma's words shocked Elia. I'd be happy to, but is it really all right? Elia, of course. Everyone seems to adore them and I still have my own heel slimes. So how about keeping them as your own slave demons? Ryalma, thank you so much, Ryalma-san. Elia, like a blooming flower, a smile was drawn on Elia's face and Ryalma smiled in return. But because of this turn of event, the discussion was turned toward the heel slime's magic. So Ryalma-han, I take it you want to gather all the magic using slimes. Miyabi, of course, but the journey will be long. I've managed to gather some lower classes, middle classes, and even higher classes in these past 3 years, which all total to 12 different magic attributes. But from there, the slimes still continue to evolve into slimes that can use several magic attributes, and I still see new slimes here and there, so I don't know when I'll be able to gather all the slimes or whether I can even gather all the slime variations. Ryalma, I think being able to gather 12 types is plenty amazing. Khan, and what sort of slimes can use multiple magic attributes? Elia, for example. Ryalma, as he muttered that, he brought his hand near the floor of the carriage. When he did, the shadow cast by his hand began to wiggle. Then not long after, it began to stretch itself up, turning into a 3-dimensional object. When the 5 girls saw that, they were scared out their wits, causing them to jump and shaking the carriage. It's all right. Please calm down. Ryalma picked the extended shadow and let it ride over his hand. Then he stretched out his hand for the other to see. I'm sorry for scaring you. This is one of the slimes that can use multiple magic elements, a shadow slime. It can use both dark magic and light magic. It specializes in controlling shadows through the combined effect of the 2 elements, light and darkness. It also has the ability to move through shadows. Because of that, I normally have it lurking in the shadows as a bodyguard. Ryalma, I see. Michelle, I didn't notice it at all. Riera, the shadow slime seem to inhabit forests with plenty of magic power and dark places. Like other magic-using slimes, they don't feed on normal food and instead naturally absorb magic power while lurking within the shadows. Because of that, they're extremely hard to find. In my case, I was only able to find one by coincidence and was able to immediately capture it. I don't think an opportunity to catch a second will ever present itself, but the shadow slime began increasing itself one at a time, and just recently they managed to reach 10. Ryalma, they continued to talk about slimes after that, but as the trip was long, they also talked about other things. How long will your vacation be? Ryalma, about 5 months. Riera, that's long. Is it really that long? Ryoma, when the academy was first founded, the vacation provided was only about 2 months. But the thing is, there are also students who would take up to a month just getting back home. But in exchange for the long vacation, there's only 1 or 2 rest days at most in each week for 3 years. Riera, if it's like that, then isn't it too short? Ryoma, the facilities of the academy can be used freely, so self-study is possible. Also, there are many who use their free time to work and get money to pay their school expenses. Moreover, there's an exam at the end of the long vacation based on the course one wishes to take, so considering that it's preparation for that, it's not so bad. Aaliyah, so it's like that. Ryoma, the group continued to talk of various things like this. When the carriage had begun to descend the mountainous road, Kanan, who was sitting facing Ryoma, stopped talking and just stared at his face wordlessly. Ryoma grew concerned of that unmoving gaze of hers, so he decided to ask her, "Kanan-san, is there something on my face?" "Ryoma, that's not it, but do you mind if I touch your hair or your face for a bit?" Kanan, well, I don't mind. Ryoma Kanan's odd request caused Ryoma to tilt his head, but thinking a request of this level was no problem, he let her. When he did, Kanan immediately reached for Ryoma's face and hair. "Excuse me, Kanan, what is it?" "Ryoma Kanan, what's the matter?" Miyabi startled with a mix of agitation, concern, and emotion. Miyabi raised her voice as she asked Kanan what was going on. In response, Kanan only turned her neck toward Miyabi as she said, "Since yesterday I've been thinking that Ryoma's hair and skin are really pretty. When I touched it, it was even better than I expected. Please teach me what methods you use." Kanan, "My skin and hair." "Ryoma, now that you mention it, he sure is a lot more attentive than our male classmates." Riera, "Sorry, let me touch you a little bit too." "You're right, his skin really is smooth." Miyabi, "Right. Craftsmen normally end up with rough hands and dry skin, and yet your skin is like this. Please tell me why your skin is so pretty." Kanan, if it's that then." Ryoma, hearing Kanan's girly words, Ryoma began to explain. "It must be because of the soap I'm using. I mentioned yesterday that I was make medicine, right?" Ryoma, "You did." Kanan, "I studied medicine under my grandmother, but I wasn't able to learn everything. Right now, I'm studying and researching on my own with the books I inherited from her. Because of that, I've been making the medicines whose recipes were written down. Among those are the improved soap and the beauty lotion. My grandmother is a girl after all, so she researched that sort of medicine when she was young. If you'd like, I could let you try it out." Ryoma, "Is that all right?" Kanan, "So long as you let me know your thoughts, I don't mind presenting you some soap and lotion. I've confirmed that they're safe to use, but the effects will vary depending on every person's skin. If you notice anything, please let me know immediately. Everyone else as well, if you all don't mind." Ryoma, I'm not sure if the other 4 were also interested, but they modestly accepted. Then around that time, the Rimmel birds suddenly began making a commotion. "What's going on?" "Michelle, it seems there's something nearby." "Sebasu-san." "Ryoma, I don't sense any nearby humans or magical beasts." "Sebasu, I'll take a look at the situation through the Rimmel birds." "Ryoma, me too." Aaliyah, Ryoma, and Elia began to use sensory link to see through the Rimmel birds as they ordered them to search the surrounding area. Immediately, 2 Rimmel birds at the top of the carriage stood up and flew. The image the Rimmel birds were seeing were then sent to Elia and Ryoma's minds. A few minutes later, after scouting ahead, Elia was able to confirm that there were 10 men wearing shoddy clothing and armor fighting against 3 magical beasts. "That's..." "Elia, did you find something?" Riera. Elia's face stiffened at Riera's question. "There are B-rank magical beasts ahead. 3 ogres. They're currently in the middle of a battle." Aaliyah, those words sent the atmosphere within the carriage into a turmoil. The ogre may be a weak, B-rank magical beast, but that doesn't change the fact that it's a dangerous magical beast to them. So it's not strange at all for them to be so tense. But while the girls seemed to be in a panic, Ryoma, who had been ordering his Rimmel bird to fly quickly to see the situation, spoke. Everyone, please don't worry. Those ogres are Uncle Harold's. They're the slave demons of someone I know. I've also confirmed the presence of my acquaintance, so I'm not mistaken. From their clothing, the enemy seem to be bandits, so it's just a bandit subjugation request. Ryalma, I've also confirmed it. Aaliyah, hearing that, the tension immediately loosened. Then Riera asked how the situation was. Do they need assistance? Riera, there's an overwhelming gap in strength. I don't think there's any need to worry about them. Aaliyah, that's right. But the bandits that have run are headed here, so I'll just go out for a bit. Ryalma, wait. Kanan, as Ryalma said that, he jumped off the back of the carriage. Then, ignoring Kanan's attempt to stop him, he ran off. Ryalma has already gone through this road many times, so he already had a good grasp of the bandits' escape routes. And considering there's Sebasu and the Rimmel birds to protect the carriage, there probably won't be any problems. Ryalma ran to the place he saw through the Rimmel birds. A minute later, the running bandits' figures entered Ryalma's sight. At the same time, he also saw the man they were up against. Ryalma readied himself to break through. The bandits numbered 5, but it seems there were still some men coming from behind them. As Ryalma confirmed that, he shortened the distance and the battle between Ryalma and the bandits began, or at least that's what should have happened. If you don't want to die then, Bandit 1, Bandit 2, Anarchy. Bandit 3, WH, Bandit 4. Bandit 5. But what happened instead couldn't even be called a fight. As Ryalma passed through them, he used his magic power-clad fists to knock every single bandit out. Magic battle technique, Sleep Fist, by cladding the fist with the poison magic, Sleep Shot, a kind of magic that shoots out a lump of magic power that causes one's foes to faint. One is able to make his enemies sleep with magic and fighting techniques. This is a technique that Ryalma became able to use in these past 2 years, an anti-personal magic catered for arresting people. Depending on the situation, Ryalma also has the Paralyzed Fist, which can paralyze people, or the Poison Fist, which could worsen people's health. Ryalma struck a daunting pose as he towered over the unconscious bodies of the poor bandits. As he sent the shadow slimes to surrounding trees' shadows, he remained standing as he waited for the other bandits to reach him. When the other bandits saw their friend sleeping by Ryalma's feet, they stopped. But with 3 ogres behind them and a burly, old man dressed in a shirt a size smaller than he should be wearing, chasing after them as he beat the bandits that were too slow barehanded. The bandits didn't have the time to think, and they had no choice but to attack Ryalma. Their resistance, however, was futile. Some were faster and some were slower. But such things didn't matter, as they were all destined to reach the same end. Before them was Ryalma. Behind them were the ogres, and then by their sides were the shadow slimes lurking. They were already completely surrounded. Volume 4, Chapter 4, Volume 4, Chapter 4. The road to Gimyuru 2. There were 6 others aside from the ogres and the bandits who saw Ryalma's one-sided slaughter that couldn't even be called a fight. Amazing. I don't know much about martial arts, but I can tell Ryalma-kun's really strong. Michelle, can you really sum that up in such few words? Riera, I don't think there's really anything else to say though. Michelle, from the girl's perspective, Ryalma's fight was nothing short of a performance. Above a bandit that ran to attack Ryalma with his one-handed sword was a bandit that was sent flying by the ogres. The flying bandit flew past the running bandit as he approached Ryalma. Ryalma caught that bandit, then with a turn, Ryalma bashed the other bandit with that bandit. But at the last moment the bandit managed to jump to the right, avoiding the other bandit in Ryalma's hand. Taking that opportunity, Ryalma extended his hand toward the opening of the bandit's one-handed sword. Then, as Ryalma dropped the other bandit, he grasped the sword with his left hand, and as he swept his right hand, he entered into his opponent's chest. Finally, with an elbow strike from his right to the chin of the bandit, he knocked him unconscious. At that moment, another bandit came attacking at him. Ryalma averted the tip of that bandit's sword that came piercing at him with his right hand. Then, continuing with that momentum, he grabbed the bandit's wrist and arm, and with a karate chop, he knocked a second, unconscious. But just as Ryalma finished knocking down a second, at nearly the same time, a bandit swung his great sword down behind Ryalma. Ryalma immediately thrusted the unconscious bandit away. Then, as he turned his body, he dodged the great sword, and at the same time he landed a backhand blow on the bandit's chin. However, the bandit was able to barely dodge the backhand blow. In no time at all, however, Ryalma stepped in with his left foot and sent a kick flying from his right leg. The kick landed itself onto the hands carrying the great sword, forcing the bandit to release his weapon as it grazed past his face. But at the same time, something had hit the bandit's stomach. The very same moment Ryalma sent a kick flying toward the bandit, he chantlessly casted Earth Needle, attacking the bandits from a place hidden by the shadow of his feet. The Earth Needle couldn't pierce through the armor, but it imparted a shock no different from a pillar crashing into a body. The strength of that force momentarily caused the bandit to blank out, giving Ryalma time to pull back his leg. Then, with a fist to the brow, Ryalma knocked his third one down. All these took place within only a span of a few seconds. Ryalma's precise movements that hadn't any unnecessary moves in it made short work of the bandits. Were this the arena, Ryalma might just be accused of match fixing. That's how one-sided the fight was. But what the bandits did next left Elia and the others puzzled. "It's the cleaner. Run, Bandit 1. You think I'll let myself be caught here? Damn it." Bandit 2. "I won't attack anyone anymore. Please let me go." Bandit 3. For some reason, the bandits suddenly started panicking. Ryalma hadn't used any magic that attacked one's mind, and yet all these people were clearly mentally affected. Those bandits were also beaten up. After everything ended, they checked whether there were still any survivors left along with the recovery of the dead bandits and the bandits that were still alive. While they were doing that, Elia and the others decided to stop the carriage and take a break there. "Sebasu, why are those people scared of Ryalma-san?" Elia and Ryalma-kun was also making a sad face. "Kanan, it's a long story, so cutting it short, everything started due to Ryalma's bandit subjugation during his journey. Sebasu, in the past, Ryalma happened upon 10 bandits whom he subjugated. Those bandits were affiliated with the Dark Guild. They were the leaders of a small branch of a fairly large bandit organization who came out to show off the strength of their tiny branch as well as give some orders. Due to having their leaders arrested, the bandit organization attacked Ryalma's house in revenge, but they were instead done in. Most of the bandits were arrested, but they were turned into guinea pigs for Ryalma's new medicines. Other bandits came to take revenge, but Ryalma, starting to get fed up with them, decided to leave an opening to let them escape and reveal their home base. But what Ryalma ended up finding wasn't the home base of the bandits, but rather the home base of a branch of the Dark Guild. Thinking it would be foolish to make a move alone, Ryalma decided to contact the Duke's household. Ryalma left the matter to the Duke's household, but from the time Ryalma contacted the household to the time the branch of the Dark Guild was destroyed, the things Ryalma had done were exaggerated. Rumors amongst the bandits began to circulate, saying malicious things such as Ryalma capturing bandits and inflicting excruciating pain upon them, or Ryalma slowly torturing people as he beat them and healed them to death. And because of that, the bandits are now scared out of their wits of him, huh, Elia? Yes. Due to a rumor that's quite different from the truth. Sebasu, while it's true Ryalma is still using bandit test subjects to this day to test his medicines on, he first tests the medicine on goblins to distinguish which of his potions are poison and which are not. He checks whether there are any strong side effects, so he doesn't try out medicines on humans aside from those that are generally safe. Because of that, there were rarely any cases of someone dying due to his experiments. The bare necessities, water, food, etc., were provided. There were no unnecessary violence either, and in order to hand them over healthy to the guards of Gimyuru, Ryalma has been dealing with the bandits who aimed for his life humanely. But unfortunately, the rumors turned everything upside down. Thanks to Ryalma-sama, the bandits around Gimyuru had been reduced for a period, and even the people who tried to bring prohibited goods into the arena were lessened. We're really grateful for it, but it seems Ryalma-sama is somewhat bothered whenever he sees the bandits so scared of him. Sabasu, seeing someone so scared of you just from seeing you, it probably can't be helped. Conan here, Michelle asked Riera. By the way, Riera, you asked for a match yesterday from Ryalma, right? What are you gonna do now? Michelle Riera made a troubled face for a moment, but not long after she recovered herself and calmly answered with resolve. Amen. No, there's no problem. I'm not fighting to win. The match is to let me know my current strength. Riera, good. Even I can't win against Ryalma in a one-on-one, so it's better to focus on studying rather than on winning. Sabasu hearing that, Conan asked Sabasu. Sabasu-san, just exactly who is Ryalma-kun? Putting the battle just now and Sabasu-san's story, it almost seems as if his story of being a C-rank adventurer is a lie. Conan having been told that, Sabasu answered. Ryalma-sama being a C-rank isn't a lie. However, because Ryalma-sama spent his time these past 2 years on other jobs, his studies, and even in philanthropic work, he has rarely taken any adventurer jobs. If it was just his abilities, then he wouldn't lose out to a rank adventurer. Sabasu, when the girls heard that, everyone except for Elia was surprised, causing them to renew their image of Ryalma. After Ryalma finished gathering the bandits, he returned with an old man. We're done. By the way, let me introduce Harold-san. He is a slave demon magic user just like myself. Ryalma, hi, I'm Harold. Sorry for bothering you all while you're on your trip. Harold bowed his head as he said that. Harold-san is a rank adventurer, so he teaches low-ranked adventurers, children aspiring to be adventurers, and the guards in my stores how to fight. Today, the best amongst the trainees are fighting bandits under Uncle Harold as well as other teachers to gain experience. The bandits from before were apparently those that got away from the trainees' encirclement. Ryalma, so that's how it is. Sorry for bothering you, but thanks to you and your friends we'll be able to have a safe trip. Thank you for your work. Aaliyah, thank you. Now if you excuse me, I need to rendezvous with my comrades now. Also, Ryalma, those boys are still too naive. They still need plenty of working. Harold, there's no need to hurry, so please take care of them until it's safe to send them out. Should you need any help, please feel free to inform me. Ryalma Harold told Ryalma to leave it to him, then he took the 3 ogres with him and he left toward the direction for the trees. There, Sabasu handed a glass filled with water and a towel to Ryalma. Please. Sabasu, thank you, Sabasu-san. Ryalma lightly wiped the sweat of him, then as he took a mouthful of water and a short rest, Elia spoke to him. Ryalma-san, what was that last thing you were talking about? Elia, oh, didn't I mention it? We started raising up some human resources in Gimyuru. I am also a teacher actually. By the way, what happened to those 4? Ryalma, don't worry, they're just having some issue putting together common sense and reality together after seeing you fight. Aaliyah, so long as they're not scared, I guess it's fine. Ryalma, at the other end of Ryalma's gaze were the 4 girls, but Ryalma didn't say anything to them as he took a short break and had some snacks. It might have been because they had already heard of Ryalma before, but after the break ended the 4 were back on their feet, and they chatted just as they did before the Banties came out. The carriage continued to descend the mountain, and just before the sun set, they managed to reach the western gate of Gimyuru, where a line of carriages had formed. We finally arrived, but the line sure seems long. Conan, there are a lot of carriages, so it's probably some sort of merchant group, and is probably going to take a lot of time, right? Riera, they're examining the luggage, so I think it will take a lot more time. Michelle, I don't mind waiting, but I wonder whether we'll be able to get some rooms today. It's also the same time as yesterday, but Riera, the one who answered Riera's thoughts, were Ryalma. There are plenty of lodging for tourists, so you'll be able to get an inn. If there's any issue, it would be the quality of the room. Ryalma, any recommendations? Michelle, rather than the new town, I think it'll be better to go to the lodging in the first town. There are also guards in town number 2, but there's a lot of people, so it's noisy, and there are plenty of pickpocketing going on too. It's safe enough to go out in the night, but the first town's quiet and safe. Ryalma, is there anything we should be careful of in Gimyuru? Riera, nothing in particular, but... there's one. There's an inn built specifically for slave demon magic users, and a resting area for slave demons by the gate of the second town. It'll be best to stay away from it. The slave demon magic users and conjurers there are generally bad folks. Ryalma continued. While it's good that the jobs in the town increased thanks to the new town, there are some bad folks amongst the people who came here to work for the Tamer Guild. They would drink themselves drunk, rampage with the magical beasts, walk around, showing off their strength and scaring other people. And in the worst case, there are even those who pick fights inside the town with their magical beasts. Ryalma, that bad. Michelle, the really bad ones are being caught one after another. But as I've said, the bad folks stay in that particular inn. There are also good people amongst the slave demon magic users who came to help the construction of the new town, but the ones stand out. Because of that, people have started to look badly on slave demon magic users, and oh, I'm sorry. I started ranting. As Ryalma apologized, the other 5 told him not to mind it. It must have been tough for you, Ryalmahan. Enough to complain at least. Miyabi, you don't have to hold back. Just throw everything out. Kanan, thank you very much. Ryalma, suddenly, the line began to move quickly. Looks like the carriages of that merchant group finally got through, Up to where did we talk? Well, so long as you gain the trust of the people, there shouldn't be any problem. It's not a big deal, so it should be fine. It's not just me, even Uncle Harold, who is a slave demon magic user from another place, is an honest person and is trusted. Rather than that, let's begin to enter the town. As Ryalma said that, they each took out of their chest and bags their respective proofs of identities. When they were ready, they talked about what they would do after they enter the village. There, they decided to first rest at the inn. It wouldn't be nice after all if the girls were to suddenly fall sick or something, so they decided to rest up first and begin sightseeing tomorrow. Finally, after going past the gate, it was Ryalma's turn to shine. Ryalma guided the girls and Sebasu to a nice inn that, while not luxurious by any means, was clean and had good food for the price. The girls took a room there, and after Ryalma volunteered to tour the girls tomorrow, he went back home to his house in the Abandoned Mind Volume 4 Chapter 5, The Man Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 4 Chapter 5. Tour 1 TL Note. Here's the first extra chapter of the week. Thank you so much to all the donators. Name change. More accurate, Pearl Bekentin, Perder Bekentin. Also, is there a specific word for someone who tries to pull customers into their store? Volume 4 Chapter 5. Tour 1. The next day I woke up at the Rimmel bird's cry. As I stood up from my bed, I rubbed my eyes, and when I got down, I stretched my body. Goo foo, all right. I have to prepare. Ryalma, I washed my face and woke myself up. Then I went to make myself a quick meal with the help of my mimic slime. My breakfast for today is bread with peach-like jam and fried bacon. On the side, there's cheese and herb salad. And then for my drinks, there's goat milk. The mimic slime before me skillfully handled the knife and fork. From the outside, it really looked like a human. Thinking of the time when it couldn't walk really brings me back. At first, it couldn't walk properly. It wasn't until a few weeks after it first transformed into me that it finally learned how to move on its own. But even then, that was just a crawl. It took several more months after that before it was finally able to walk and graduate from a babe to an adult. But after that, I found out that I could train the mimic slime faster with the use of sensory link, so its growth sped up from then on. Sensory link allowed me to find out which parts it was having a hard time emulating, so I could focus on the parts that needed to be focused on when training it, allowing it to learn faster. After that, I used sensory link to train and confirm the things the mimic slime could do, and I found out that on top of being able to walk and run, it can now also fight. It could also help out in cooking, woodworking, and smithing with no problem. Unfortunately, it's still not able to talk, but if it could, then it would really become indistinguishable from humans. After eating, I dressed myself and then left the house. As I ran, I used dimension magic to reach the town. Along the way, something caught my attention. This place has changed a lot too. What got my attention was the surrounding scenery that had changed much since the time when I trained with Elia. If I were to give an example, then I suppose the landscape of the mountain of the abandoned mine and the patch connecting it to Gimyuru were the biggest changes. First off is the landscape. 2 years ago there were plenty of rocks, but right now, aside from the road I and my slimes use, everything else is covered in plants or weeds. There are now also thickets of various kind of bamboos growing near the entrance of the mine. If you're wondering why that happened, it's because Gain and the other gods wished for it, so I made it happen. Because of the treatment of the Demon King's influence that required me to visit them once a week, and the feast we would have each time I did, the number of opportunities there were for me to talk with them increased. And as a result, I also ended up hearing a lot of the back talks of the gods. One of the things talked about was regarding the close relationship between nature and the mechanism set by the gods that creates magic power. Putting it simply, the more nature there are, the higher the efficiency of the magic power created by the world. Conversely, if nature were to be destroyed, then the amount created would lessen. There they told me it would help them out a lot if I could grow something at the mine's mountain. Although it's something they said while drunk, I asked Pioro-san about bamboos the preceding day. Incidentally, I managed to ask the god of farming, Grimp, whether bamboos would grow since they have strong vitality. And since he gave his approval, I decided to try growing them. After deciding how far I'm comfortable with the bamboo thicket growing, I buried some iron plate into the ground and created a sturdy wall to create a boundary. It took quite a bit of effort, but bamboo does have a lot of avenues, and Gain and the others would be happy, so I think the effort was worth it. I built pavements for roads in order to exhaust my magic power and increase my maximum magic power, so while it wasn't necessary for me to build the roads, I didn't do a half-assed job of it either. Because the pavements I made for roads were based on the roads from Earth, I inclined the roads and dug a gutter at the sides to provide a place for the rain water to flow to. Because of that, the road I made ended up being fairly well done. My store and this road that I made caught the eye of the architect, Perturbikentin, so he asked me to become his subordinate. I politely refused his offer. Incidentally, Perturbikentin is a young man who has only reached his latter 20s, so he's quite fierce and self-absorbed. And although he wasn't what I would call humble, he does praise people when they deserve to be praised. He was also a skilled architect, so his subordinates had much faith in him. When I refused his offer, he actually told me to contact him whenever I felt like, and then immediately withdrew. We could also talk lightly with each other whenever we happened upon each other in town. His character might be a bit strong, but he's not a bad person. Oh, I've arrived. Ryalma, caught up in my own thoughts before I knew it, I was right in front of Gimyuru's northern gate. As expected, using dimension magic makes travel quick. Thanks to it, the distance from my house to the gate actually felt like a 10-minute walk from my house in my previous life to a nearby train station. As I slowed myself down, I took out my Adventurer Guild card from my chest and called out to the gatekeeper. I showed my proof of identity because of the rules, but actually, in these past 3 years, I could already pass by with just my face as proof. Nothing particular happened as I did, so I just passed through the gate as usual and went over to Elia's inn. The inn Elia and the others were staying at was situated at the center-most area of the town near the adventurer and merchant guilds. Because of that, a lot of people recognized me, and I had to greet them back as I walked. "Ah, good morning, Sebasu-san." "Ryalma, good morning, Ryalma-sama." "Ajao-sama and the others will soon finish their preparations, so please wait for a while." Sebasu said Sebasu-san, who was preparing a coverless carriage in front of the inn. But just as he was telling me that, the door to the lodging opened and Elia's friend, Michelle-san, stepped out. "Ah, Ryalma-kun, good morning, so you were here already. Did we make you wait?" "Michelle, good morning, Michelle-san. I just got here actually." "Ryalma, I see. Well, Elia and the others will come soon." Michelle, just as she said, not even a minute passed before Elia and the others stepped out of the inn. However, the clothes they were wearing today was a little different compared to yesterday. Their clothes were made of good fabric and they were all wearing jeweled silver accessories. Elia wore a hair clip, Kanan a bracelet, Riera a pair of earrings, and Miyabi a ring. Well, they are young girls of age, so I suppose wanting to doll up is normal. Anyway, I better say hi. It seems you're all wearing clothes different from yesterday, especially the accessories. Ryalma, oh right. This is your first time seeing these, huh? Miyabi, we removed our accessories during the trip because we thought it might cause us to be targeted. Michelle-san's accessory was a pendant hidden within her clothes. Since she went out of her way to bring it out and show me, I took a good look. There, I noticed that all of their accessories had the same flower emblem engraved into it. The engraved flower was a collection of thin and long petals. If one were to look above it, the flower would appear to be round. Look from the side, and the tip of the petals could be seen to be rounded, running along the stems, making the flower appear to be an inverted triangle. This flower is known as turdos. It has 7 different color variations, but is also a medicinal ingredient. It's because of that I'm privy to it. This is the flower of turdos, right? That's amazing, it's been engraved so well. The jewel inlaid at the center is also beautiful. Ryalma, my frank comment was met with Elia's smile. These accessories are something Kanan made herself after we formed our group. Elia I alternately looked between the accessory and Kanan-san upon hearing that. Then I said, "Kanan-san, you're amazing." Ryalma, those were the only words that came out, but those alone were enough to leave Kanan in a blush as she laughed and waved her hands. "Why, you're praising me too much. The thing is, I haven't been making anything else aside from magic tools, so it actually took me a lot of time to figure out how to make these. Also, I've always liked the flower turdos, so I've had plenty of practice engraving it." Kanan, she doesn't seem to be used to praise. Still, she sure seems happy. Her face has completely melted into a grin, and being from the dog tribe, her tail's wagging like crazy. With that small figure of hers at 150 cm, she sure looks like a puppy. By the way, I can also engrave. The iron weights I'm using for training are bracelet types. Apparently, Tekun wasn't very happy with them, saying, if you're going to make a bracelet, then you might as well be able to do it properly and make some ornaments. Because of that, I had to learn the basics of engraving. However, the most I could make are cheap stuff that wouldn't sell for much. It's a far cry from Kanan-san's quality. Should I take this opportunity to practice my engraving skills? As I was thinking that, I rode the carriage with Elia and the others and headed for the second town. We're supposed to go straight to the arena and watch some matches, but for some reason, Elia wouldn't stay put. "Elia, is there something wrong?" Ryoma, everything's changed so much in these past 3 years, so I can't help but be curious. Aaliyah, yeah, well, as the second town neared completion, there were also stores that moved there. As a result, the town's changed a lot. Even the manager of the lodging we stayed at before has changed in these past 3 years. Ryoma, really? Aaliyah, there are more people in the new town, allowing better chances of profit. Because of that, inns, weapon stores, and armor shops relocated themselves there. There were also a number of stores selling ingredients that moved. For the record, I'm not saying that the first town is being deserted. It's just that people who will fight in the arena will have to stay for an extended period over at the second town. Moreover, there's also the fight money. So there are a lot of people who decided to make money off of that. In exchange, there are more houses relocating themselves in the first town in place of the stores. Thanks to that, there are a lot of construction left to be done. Ryoma Elia became somewhat relieved upon hearing my words, though at the same time an expression of anxiety also showed on her face. But following up on it a bit more, it appears she's at least relieved. What I said wasn't a lie, so it's all cool. But more than anything, I'd prefer it if she just enjoys herself without thinking too much. The carriage left the southern gate as we were talking, and finally, the gate of the second town entered our vision. This is the new town, Gimyuru 2, to match with the first town. This new town was built with Town 1 in mind, giving it a long elliptical shape extending from the south to the north. The gates of the two towns are 400 meters apart, so the southern road is able to effectively connect the middle of the two towns. Ryoma, after that we passed through the gates of the second town, and we headed toward the arena. However, unlike with the first town, Elia and the others were quite surprised. The buildings in the second town were made in the same way as the first, but the roads were all gaudily decorated. There was also a great crowd of tourists crowding the streets. The capital still has more people, but this place sure is lively. Riera, this town was built specifically for commerce after all. If it weren't lively, it would be troubling. Aside from the arena, there are also souvenir shops, playgrounds, brothels, and other various stores. There's enough to accommodate 40,000 people. Ryoma, if we get lost, it'll be a problem, so we be better to take care. Michelle, people and carriages alike littered the second town, causing the carriages to slow into a walk. Due to that, we were chased after by many of the peddlers and many of the clerks, asking us to take a look at their wares or store. It wasn't until 15 minutes later before we finally arrived at the stop for carriages provided by the arena. The arena was situated at the center of the second town. It had 4 floors, 2 of which were below the ground and 2 of which were above. From the outside, it looked like a shrunken ellipsis. When I first heard of an arena, the first thing that came to my mind was the image of a coliseum that I had learned in my student days, but this one's a bit different. First off, the exterior of the building that's made out of stone has windows attached to them. Each of the window frames has a transparent glass affixed to them, allowing light to enter. Moreover, over the roof of the arena were statues of warriors dressed in armor, wielding all sorts of weapons from bows to swords to axes to spears to magic staves, all sorts. Inside the arena, the first and second floors had the painting of warriors painted over one side of the walls. There were also statues furnished here and there, but relatively speaking, the design simple. According to the architect, Perder Bekentin, making the place the customers should enter needed to be emphasized. Conversely, the basement floors that's only used by the staff and the contestants are a bit more complicated. Good work, everyone. This is our destination. Considered the heart of the city, even in the sense of commerce. Welcome to the Ryoma. Oh, did someone's match end? I've come here many times before, but every time I come here I can't help but be impressed at how amazing noise and cheers are. Looks like the matches have started already. Let's go. Oh, right. Ryoma suddenly remembering something. I asked Elia and her friends for a favor. Sorry for suddenly bringing this up, but I'd like to ask you guys a favor. Ryoma, what is it? Miyabi, actually, I have a store here in the arena. It's a store that sells food for spectators to eat as they watch the matches. So I'd like to ask you all to buy from it and tell me how it's doing. Ryoma, I don't mind, but wouldn't it be better to ask the people in charge how the store's doing? Elia, yes, but I'd like to know the opinion of a customer buying as well as the normal behavior of the employees. There's a lot of new hires right now, so if I personally checked up on them, they'd stiffen up. Ryoma, it's what you would call mystery shopping. After I told them, I wasn't able to check up on the store since I went around subjugating bandits, leading me to think of now as a good opportunity. Miyabi-san was immediately able to come to terms with it and agreed. The other four also didn't have any problems, so they agreed too. Because of that, it was decided that I would be the one covering the expenses they would spend at my store. As we decided that, we paid the entrance fee and entered the arena. Inside, there were 2 stairs at the left and right, extending upwards and downwards. The participating contestants have to go down the stairs. At the front, there's the bulletin board recording the details of the gambles made and the schedule for the matches. Beside that is a ticket window. Should one want to gamble, he or she would have to pay through that ticket window and then receive proof that he or she has made a bet. If that person wins, then he or she can take the proof to the ticket window and receive her dividend. I think I've pretty much explained everything there is about the arena. Any questions? Ryoma, no else had any questions when I asked that. Incidentally, no one gambled either. Ryoma-kun, do you gamble? Michelle, no. I don't gamble either. Ryoma, even though back in my previous life, I thought of trying it out if ever I had money to burn. But now that I have the money, I realized I'm not really that interested. I have gambled several times, but it wasn't fun whether I won or not. Well, I think it's better than getting addicted to gambling and ruining one's health, though. After that, I told the girls the locations of the store. After that, we split, and I headed to the seats by myself. I've already told them the place, and there are 6 shadow slimes lurking in their shadows, so there shouldn't be any problem. If they take too much time, I can just go and look for them. Now then, let's do our best and look for a good C. Whoa, Ryoma, the centermost front row is free. Get M Volume 4 Chapter 6 TL Note. Next chapter might not be on Monday but Tuesday. Depends how busy I get. Anyway, enjoy. Edit 2016-03-28 edited a bunch of typos. Thanks to all who mentioned them in the comments. Volume 4 Chapter 6 Tour 2 Beneath the blinding light of the sun, within the passionate zeal of the spectators, was me, sitting to the right of the stone pedestal at the middlemost seat of 7 chairs. As I somehow managed to secure seats for everyone, I felt Elia's group nearing through the shadow slimes lurking in their shadows. I looked toward their direction and I saw them through the gaps between the many spectators. I waved my hand and they came over. Ryoma-han, tilde sorry for making you wait. Miyabi, we bought some drinks. And is this crushed ice okay? Kanan-san handed me a transparent bag filled with transparent ice and fruit juice with a straw sticking out. Thank you very much. Ryoma, it's been really hot lately, so I ended up buying as soon as I saw something cold. Kanan, well, I started selling crushed ice because of the heat, so if you bought it for that reason, then guess it's a success. Ryoma, crushed ice is a product based on my previous life's memories. Right now, I'm selling it as one of my shop's limited products, and is currently one of my best-selling goods. Products like ice cream, and sherbet have actually existed long before I even came to this world, despite them not having fridges. They were able to make them through the employment of magicians, but because of that, there weren't a lot of stores that could sell them. It wasn't easy to make them even with 1 or 2 magicians due to the limits of magic power. Plus, Adding to the fact that sugar was a necessary ingredient to make sherbet and ice cream, they naturally ended up being expensive. But in our store, the ones creating the ice are ice slimes who can use ice magic, and the many slimes that could use barrier magic. Because of that, our store can afford to sell a lot at a cheap price impossible to other stores. Moreover, the other stores can't imitate the transparent bags we're using that prevents water from seeping through. These bags, along with the straws, are products of the sticky slime, sticky liquid, and hardening liquid. I combine those two liquids, rub them over a metal mold, dry them, and then tear them off. The resulting product is similar to a vinyl bag that's extremely easy to use. As the product isn't in circulation, it can't be helped that the other stores aren't able to acquire it. Or rather, if they manage to get some, I'll have to investigate where they got them. Well, in any case, the crushed ice sold by our store is unusually cheap. Couple that with a place like this arena here where people are quick to spend, then you have a recipe for a killing. Also, I'm digressing a bit, but the one who came up with this bag wasn't me, but the branch manager of a laundromat, Calkins-san. Having gotten used to managerial work, Calkins-san sent me a letter saying he started researching slimes again. I don't have any intention of interfering with my employees' private lives so long as they're able to do their work, so I just sent him back an approving reply. Half a year after that, a letter came with several prototypes of a vinyl-like bag. I was really touched when I saw those bags. I forgot about vinyl bags already, so when I saw them, it felt so nostalgic. I knew immediately that the vinyl bags would be useful, so I gave Calkins-san a special bonus that also served as research funds. As for the straw, it was necessary before selling crushed ice. I created it with the production method of the bags as reference. It was made in pretty much the same way save for the ratio of the sticky liquid and hardening liquid and the mold used. While I was caught up in my recollection after seeing the crushed ice, Riera-san and Sebasu-san took out a paper bag filled with food and a vessel made out of thin bamboo strips. "What sort of food do you want?" "There's popcorn and fried corn." "Riera, there's also hot dogs and corn dogs." Sebasu looks like they bought a lot. Incidentally, popcorn, hot dog, and corn dogs were in this world since long ago. They were definitely introduced by the otherworlders before me. I wonder if we bought too much. Riera, don't worry, what's important is that you're able to eat your fill. Ryoma, well, that's true. Elia, the six each took their seats as they ate and started to watch the matches. I took a corn dog for myself too as I listened to the six's report regarding the store. Right, I think the service was good. They also explained the products well. Elia, I don't think there were any problems in particular, but if I were to be picky, then I guess they seemed to be busy. Michelle, that can't be helped though. There was a huge crowd of customers other than us after all. Riera, no, thank you very much. It'll serve me well as reference for making a decision in whether I should add more employees, or whether the employees have simply not gotten used to their job yet. Ryoma, moderate busyness due to the store flourishing and being lively is fine, but if they make a mistake due to their busyness, it'll be problematic. Customers don't like seeing clerks that are too busy and always in a hurry either. I'll have to check up on them in the near future. While I was talking with the others, a flourish of trumpets resounded, signaling that there were 30 seconds left before the start of the match. The surrounding spectators had already begun to cheer on the fighters. "Start!" Announcer. Several warriors entered the arena from the two gates on opposing sides. From our right were 5 men, 1 spearman, 3 swordsmen, and 1 man with sword and shield. Facing them from our left was a lone man nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a huge hammer. Wait a moment, isn't that Glenn-san? It takes me back when I see him change his weapon from what he had when we met a few days ago to something different. Still, He's making a killing anyway, so he should just go ahead and buy an adamantite weapon not just for fighting, but even for matches like these arena tournaments. Real Madonna, is this match a 5-on-1? Riera seems to be the case. Ryalma then is the man to the left at the disadvantage. Riera, no. That man to the left is Glenson. He's an adventurer who just became S rank last year, so he should be fine. Ryalma, really? Riera, oh. Riera's eyes turned sharp as soon as she heard he was an S rank adventurer, as if she wasn't going to let even a single movement of his go unobserved. He's the champion of a tournament that was held here before. Sometimes when a person like that comes out, he's made to fight against multiple opponents as a handicap. Otherwise, since Glenson's so strong, it wouldn't be possible to bet. Ah, but of course, there's no match fixing going on here. Especially when Glenson's fighting, as I think he'd get mad if that were to happen. Ryalma Glenson is what you would call a battle junkie. He made Gimyuru his home base as soon as the arena was completed. He lives here precisely so he can fight. He's not one to go easy on his opponents or put his hands in match fixing. Even if he were asked to, the only thing that would result in is souring his mood. I've also met with Glenson several times since he lives in Gimyuru. When we did, he would always ask, "Are you fighting in the arena?" It seems he remembers my face from when we met at the Great Forest of Shurus before. Fortunately, he wasn't the type to forcefully make me come with him, or attack regardless of the location. Then again, a person like that probably wouldn't become S rank. There's a background check before one is promoted to S rank after all. You can't become one just with power alone. You also need to have a good history and personality. As I was thinking that, we approached the start of the match. The constants were gathered, and at the center stood a man dressed in white armor. The two groups braced themselves. Match start. Announcer at the voice's call, the bell sounded and the battle began. Wara, Glen, Ga, spearman. Immediately Glenson rushed toward the spearman. With his hammer in his hands, he struck down and crushed the spear. Then with a full swing, he sent the man flying. I guess that he'll be sent to the first aid office then. After that, the shield and sword-wielding warrior stepped out, attracting Glenson's attention while the three others came from the side. Glenson tried to destroy his opponent's weapon with his hammer, but as he was aiming for a counter, he was able to dodge. The shield-wielding man covered for him, allowing him to recover his stance, and thereafter attack once more. A close battle with neither side gaining an advantage continued. That shield guy sure is holding it well. The other three guys are also strong. I don't recognize any of them, but regardless how bad my eye is for skill, they should all at least be B rank up. This match is certainly something worth seeing. After this, I should check the matchups later, as I was thinking that the battle grew fiercer. Ah, someone, as the shield of the shield-wielding warrior was flicked away, someone cried out in surprise. The warrior tried to pick up his shield and fix his stance, but instead he was sent flying away together with his shield. He was forced to withdraw. Then, with the remaining three warriors' coordination broken, Glenson took them down one by one to claim victory. The referee declared Glenson the winner, and the spectators all broke out into cheers as Glenson waved back at them, exiting through the gate. As expected of an S rank, he didn't step back once. Conan, what an amazing match. Do matches like this happen here all the time? Riera, oh no. I don't think the normal matches here are up to that level. Ryalma, although they lost, they were quite strong too. Sebasu, the trumpets blew again, and the spectators' cheers grew louder. Because of that, I'm not sure whether the girls heard my and Sebasu-san's explanation. It's not obvious, but Glenson is a dwarf. The dwarves have an image of being a small race, but that's only because most of them are short. There are actually tall dwarves as well. Dwarves are handy with their hands and physically fit. They are a race blessed with a powerful body, but even within that, Glenson is exceptionally strong. It's only because the shield-wielding warrior from before was able to endure the force of that strength despite being bashed by the hammer several times, while the others fought together as one that they were able to fight a battle like a while ago. If it was anyone else, they would surely have been instantly defeated. The 5 girls already seem to be looking forward to the next match, but if they're expecting a match similar to just now, I hope they don't get disappointed. And then night came. The matches sure were exciting. Michelle, the matches were amazing, but the first one was definitely the best. Riera, really. I think the 3 matches after that used magic were better. Michelle, those matches were really showy. Tilda. If it weren't for the barrier magic protecting us, we wouldn't have been able to watch the battle. Conan, speaking of showy. Aaliyah, after watching at the heated arena, we rode back home on as the girls talked about their impressions. They seemed to have really enjoyed themselves today, although I sure didn't think they'd spend the entire day watching fights. The 5 of them were girls after all, so I thought they'd get tired after a while. But apparently that wasn't the case. Especially for Riera-san, who was especially heated during the matches. But the other 4 weren't bored either. I wonder if it's simply because they're bored. Come to think of it, I've never heard of sports in this world. Some board games from Earth were passed down, so there's relatively a lot of them, but I've never heard of anything pertaining to sports. I'll try asking someone about it next time. The carriage continued on its way as I quietly thought to myself. As the crowd of scantily dressed women grew more numerous on the road, we left the gates of the second town and reached the gates of the first town. Our carriage was stopped here. Please show your identific. Ah, old man. Guard, I sent a gaze toward that nostalgic voice, and what greeted me was the face young guard with a familiar face. He's someone I personally taught. If I recall correctly, his name is Cries-san. Oh, so he was recently hired then. I thought that as I rubbed the corner of my inner eye with the thumb and index finger of my left hand. Then as I abruptly stood up, I inched my way through Elia and the others who were seating to get to the driver's seat. There, I took a tight grip of Cries-san's head. Old man, Cries, as I held him tight under my arms, I said. Who are you calling an old man? I'm younger than you. Ryoma, I'm 14 years old, he's 18 years old. The younger one is me. Of course, if you include my previous life, then I'm an old man, but there's no way he would know something like that. Being called younger is one thing, but I don't want to be referred to as someone older. Ah, oh, wait a sec, old man, I'm a guard. It's not good to manhandle guards, Cries complained Cries as he endured the pain, but the other guards in the area only said, Ah, it's fine, it's fine. Guard 1. That guy got married recently, so he's been getting over his head. Do him in more. Guard 2. We see nothing. Guard 3. This kid always talks about his wife every chance he gets. Damn it. Guard 4. Crush him. Guard 5. Senp. Oh, Cries. The surrounding guards cheered me on, so I locked his head hard one more time, then I let him go. We couldn't stay locked like that forever after all. We want to enter the town, so please quickly grant us permission. Ryoma, ah, it still hurts. Excuse me, I'll just check your identification. All right, everyone seems to be okay. Please enter. Cries, thank you very much. Aaliyah, thank you very much. Cries-san, please continue to do your best. Ryoma, of course. I'll do it for my wife and my future child too. Cries, Ryoma, do him in again. Guard 1, even using that giant slave demon of yours is fine. Guard 2, nah, let's just do it ourselves. Guard 3, wait, senpai, please stop. Cries. As Cries-san was surrounded by the other guards, we entered the town with our carriage. I sent a glance back toward where Cries-san was, and what I saw was Cries-san's 2 arms locked down by 2 guards as he received light body blows from another. Then while they were playing around, another guard came. I guess it's time for them to change shifts. In any case, I offered a silent prayer for Cries-san. Ryoma-san, what was about just now? Elia, that guard was my former student. For some reason he likes to call me old man though, even though I'm the younger one. Ryoma, upon hearing that, not just Ilya, but even Sebasu-san and Miyabi-san showed understanding expressions. What is it? Ryoma-sama, you've always been mature mentally, so it probably can't be helped. Sebasu, I remember I thought you were really composed too when I first met you. Miyabi, sometimes you even look at me with eyes like Gramps and the others, eyes that seemed like they were protecting me. Ilya following them, the other three also spoke. Ryoma-kun, you're younger. Michelle, I do recall hearing you're younger than us by a year, but I forgot all about it after talking with you. Riera, we might call you with kun, but your atmosphere's definitely that of an older guy. Conan, maybe it's because I've been a kid for 6 years already that I find it strange they think of me like this. I don't know anymore, am I a kid or an old man? I know deep inside that I'm older than my exterior shows when I put my two lives' ages together, but I still can't help but insist. I'm 14 years old, deep inside. Nothing would change even if we kept this up, so I just forcefully changed my feelings. I asked what Ilya and her group will be doing tomorrow, and apparently they want to go somewhere different. There, Riera-san mentioned that she wanted to have the match we talked about the day before yesterday. I guess she's been influenced by the arena. Well, I did promise her though, so why not? After thinking for a while, I suggested to give them a tour of some of Gimyuru's training. There's a training area there too, so we can use that to have the match. After that, I chatted idly with Ilya's group until we reached their lodging. After we parted, I went back home. I should make some preparations for tomorrow. And since we're going to the Slime Den restaurant tomorrow noon, I guess I should inform Selma-san in advance. Ryoma, I stopped walking, and then I decided to go to the Slime Den restaurant first, then go home. My course decided, I began walking the night road again. Volume 4, Chapter 7 TL Note, Rhino's Rhino. It says rhinos in the raw, so I considered making it rhinos, but in the end, I just decided to turn it into a rhino. Oh, by the way, I changed this because it seemed to be confusing people. Also, katakana is one of the 3 Japanese character types and is often used for foreign words or for emphasis. Volume 4, Chapter 7. Pick up the next day after I finished my morning preparations. I went outside to the bamboo thickets and prepared my monster carriage. A monster carriage is just a carriage pulled by a magical beast, so the structure isn't really that different from a normal carriage. People wanting to buy one also needs to go to a workshop or a store that sells carriages, so there are people who just call them both carriage. If I had to point out a difference, it would be the position of the coachman's seat. The magical beast's body is different from a horse, so it's necessary to position the seat with that in mind. As a result, there are quite a number of specially ordered goods for monster carriages. Unless, of course, the body of the magical beast to be used is similar to a horse. I'll be relying on you today. Ryoma Kyuyun, Cannonball Rhino. I said that as I tied Rai to the carriage. When I did, he responded with an unusually high-pitched voice. Rai's no longer the same as when I met him 2 years ago. His body is now close to being 3 meters long, which is the average size for an adult cannonball rhino. So with that, I guess you could say he's an adult now. Along with that growth comes power. Nowadays, Rai's strong enough to pull a large carriage by himself easily, so whenever I use one, I usually let him pull it. Moreover, the monster carriage I tied Rai to was closer to an ox cart in shape rather than a carriage. The frame of the carriage is a long rectangle with sticky slime hardening liquid planks inlaid onto the windows to prevent crimes. There's also the specially ordered seat for the coachman that's positioned a little higher than what it should be in order to take into consideration Rai's future growth. It's possibly to put objects atop the frame, but even without doing that, the frame could already fit 8 adults inside, excluding me. So there's plenty of space even when I let the slimes ride on the carriage. Only, due to Rai's overbearing strength, The stress placed on the frame, and especially the wheels at full speed, was too great. So in order to remedy that, I had the big iron slimes transform into wheels. Whoops, I guess I better go now. I shouldn't be late for my appointment with Elia and the others. I ordered Rai and he entered into my dimension home. I plan on going to Gimyuru with my dimension magic, but I won't be able to take Rai and the carriage with me. Fortunately, I can take him along as long as I have him enter the dimension home first, and then release him once we get there. I say. Dimension magic sure is convenient, though I guess saying that might be a tad bit too late now considering everything. Gate. Ryalma, when I used the advanced dimension magic gate, made it in just the nick of time. Ryalma, the scenery immediately changed from that of the abandoned mine and the bamboo thickets to that where I was close enough to see the outer walls of Gimyuru. Relatively speaking, it's just something recent, but I learned how to use gate. It's thanks to this magic that I'm able to greatly reduce the travel time between towns. Unfortunately, though, with the speed comes the loss of enjoyment. There's no elegance or atmosphere to it, so I only use it when I'm in a hurry. Otherwise, I'd rather take my time and enjoy the travel with Rai pulling on the monster carriage. Just as the name implies, the advanced long-distance magic, gate, is able to teleport one from outside the gate to the next town's gate. It seems to have been named exactly because of that ability. Anyway, Dimension Home, Ryalma with a cast of my Dimension Home, I took Rai and the monster carriage out. Then I sat myself over the coachman's seat and took hold of the bridle as I drove the monster carriage. By the way, the bridle is just for show. Rai is my magical beast, so I can just order him to pull it with the bond between us that's formed via magic. There's no need to actually hold the bridle. 5 minutes later, as Rai pulled on the monster carriage, we arrived at the northern gate of Gimyuru. Good morning. Ryalma, hey, good morning. Big as always, huh, this guy, guard, Quan. Rai, oh, good morning to you too, huh, guard. I've finished confirming your identification, you can go now. And if it's you, I think you'll be fine, but do take care in handling your magical beast. Guard, all right. Thanks as always. Ryalma, I passed through the gates and then I headed to the girls' lodging. Riding on the monster carriage, I entered Gimyuru. As we passed by, people who recognized Rai waved their hands and the children ran along with us. There were also people who were surprised, but they were all either people who didn't live in Gimyuru or people who had only recently moved here. There was a time when the people were scared due to the idiots over at the Tamer Guild, but after earning the trust of the people, I now often come here with Rai besides. The people like to touch him and the kids like him too. He's big, he's strong, he's gentle, and the fur over his body is pretty too. He's actually great to look at. Even though I thought he was brownish when we first met, Ryalma Quan. Rai, I didn't notice it back when we were at the great forest of Shurus, but his fur is actually colored gray, close to white. I only found out after he became my magical beast, and I had the cleaner slimes give him a shower. I was really shocked when the color of his fur vanished in the blink of an eye right in front of me. I investigated the matter a bit later, and apparently the base color for a cannonball rhino is gray. It does change a little depending on each cannonball rhino. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get any information on what other colors there were. I do want to research the matter a bit more, but even if I tried to clean the other rhinos with my cleaner slimes, they'd just run away. But then again, Rai has grown up, should I find him a mate. Once I do, I could use that as an opportunity to research. In any case, I'll deal with that later. As I approached the lodging, I noticed that Elia and the others were already outside waiting. Oh, was I late? Good morning, sorry for making you all wait. Ryalma, good morning, Ryalma-san. You're actually earlier than the appointed time. Elia, yesterday I heard you were going to prepare a monster carriage. I was so excited wondering what magical beast you would take with you. Michelle, this kid's so big, what kind of magical beast is this? Conan, his name is Rai. He's a cannonball rhino, a B-rank magical beast. Not only is he a huge help with that carriage, but he's also a great deterrent to other magical beasts attacking, making travel a breeze. Ryoma, because of that though, he's unfit for subjugating bandits, since they just run away as soon as they saw him. For example, the bandits that aren't a part of the Dark Guild that haven't heard of the rumors about me, who, in other words, are unlicensed bandits not sign, would just generally run upon seeing Rai. That's that, but isn't it hot waiting outside? Ryoma, not at all. It's still early morning, so the weather's still fresh. The morning wind also feels good, so they're waiting outside no problem. Riera, so she says, but deep inside she's actually just dying to have her match with you. Miyabi, so that's why they were waiting outside. Miyabi, Riera, ain't it fine? I don't think there's anything to be embarrassed about considering it's Ryoma we're talking about. Miyabi, he's on a different league compared to our classmates at the academy. Conan, well, that's true. Riera, her face is a bit red. I wonder if she's nervous or embarrassed because she got found out. In any case, I should help her relax. I planned for the match to be held in the afternoon from the start anyway, so we'll just keep talking and standing outside here at this rate, so everyone, please enter inside. Ryoma, as I stepped down the coachman's seat, I opened the door of the carriage attached at the side of the carriage's frame. But before letting them enter, I placed a wooden foothold to make it easier for the girls to enter. Elia and the others thanked me as they each entered the carriage. After everyone had gotten inside, I sat myself back up over the coachman's seat. There's a door just big enough for one person to reach the coachman's seat. Opening that door, I called out to Elia and the others. If there's nothing else, we'll be departing. Are you all ready? Ryoma, when I asked that, they answered back that they were ready. Since everything was good to go, I gave Rai the order and the carriage began to move. The people of this town are all right, but there are a lot of outsiders in the lodging, so it'll be best for us to leave quickly. Rai is a strange sight after all, so there are a lot of people who can't help but want to take a look at him. There's also no point in staying, so leaving quickly is best. Please feel free to speak out if the temperature's too hot or cold. I can adjust it for you. Ryoma, I said in a voice just loud enough for them to hear as I continued facing the road's direction. But the response that came back from the girls was not an answer but a question. Change. Conan, I've been using the monster carriage like a car from my previous life, so I've forgotten. But now that she mentions it, yeah, acts aren't normal here in this world, huh? There are 3 slimes in the carriage, right? Ryoma, yeah. Conan, those 3 slimes are cooler slime, heater slime, and airkin slime. Those slimes can each use wind and ice, wind and fire, and then wind, fire, and ice, magic respectively. If you want me to, I can order those slimes to blow cold air or hot air inside the carriage to control the temperature. Please feel free to say it if you need the temperature changed. Ryoma, the girls weren't surprised at all when I gave that explanation. Rather, they just calmly accepted it. By the way, Ryoma-han, where are we going right now? Yesterday, you did mention that we would be going several places today. Miyabi, first off is the lodging for the training and the trainees. It's close to the residential district, northeast of Gimyuru. That place used to be the slums 3 years ago, but all that changed thanks to the increase in jobs. Ryoma, most of the town personnel were split between the 2 towns, so I was put in charge of dealing with the demolished slum. The training facility is one of the things I constructed there. There are also a lot of trainee that lived in the slums before. As I laughed while saying that, the others said they were interested. Especially Michelle-san, who was staring quite strongly. Well, as long as they're enjoying themselves, then that's all that really matters. By the way, why did you start that training facility of yours? Michelle, Well, if there was to be a reason, then I guess it would be because I was uncomfortable. Ryoma, Michelle-san could only tilt her head in puzzlement when she heard my words. Can't be helped. It's only natural, after all, that she wouldn't understand much with just that explanation. I started the training facility about 2 years ago. Until then, I was always away from Gimyuru. But during that time, the construction of the second town began, and the adventurers and slave demon magic users coming from outside also increased. Even if I were to say it myself, the reason behind what happened then was probably because I was strong. Ryalma, were you envied by adventurers your age? Riera, exactly. Ryalma, that time sure was rough. I was really sensitive to petty envy due to the Demon King's fragment. It was such that I could feel even the tiny envy from adventurers I was close with whenever we talked. Then, why did you start the training facility because of that? Conan, at first, I did consider just cooping myself up inside the mine. But then, it hit me. While I may have been bothered by the ill will people held against me, at the same time, although vague, I was able to understand what it was that was causing that ill will. When I realized that, I thought to try something. So I thought I could solve the issues as long as I made the reason behind their malice go away. And since people were envious of me because of my strength, I figured I should just train them until they were strong enough they didn't need to be envious. As for those who were envious of my money, then I decided I should just introduce them to a good job so they could earn money. Ryalma, I wasn't sensitive to subtle things like that back in my previous life. Thanks to the Demon King's fragment, though, I was able to sense it. It might only be limited to negative emotions, but it's no doubt that it's thanks to it that I was able to understand the emotions those people held. My actions were done on a whim, but the result was mostly a success. I trained people whenever I went out to buy food ingredients, and over time, the eyes that the troubling people looked at me with changed for the better. Of course, there were also times when they needlessly refused. But at that point, there's nothing else to do but to just ignore those types of people. That's a compromise I decided on since before, so I wasn't really bothered much. There were failures too. Some of the people who were envious became scared instead. I did hold back though. I wonder if they were beginners. People thought I was bullying people, so the guild master, Wogan, paid a visit. I explained everything to him except for the Demon King's fragment, and he decided to help out as well. I think it was around that time that aspiring newcomers would sign up on their own. It was due to that the scale of the facility also grew bigger. After continuing that for some time, I eventually learned the coach skill. Moreover, even though the fragment of the Demon King's almost been finished being treated, I'm a lot more sensitive to people's feelings now, or at least I think so anyway. At the very least, my acquaintances have increased. I know way more people now than I ever did back in my previous life. I'm really happy about that. I also have a bit of influence in Gimyuru nowadays too. No one's coming to sabotage my stores like that time when I first opened my store either. Everything's going real well. Now going back to the main topic, I explained the story to Elia and the others as the carriage swayed. Of course, I made sure to leave out the Demon King's fragment. As I finished explaining, a white wall about 2 meters tall and a gate surrounding a 2-story building entered my vision. You can't see the whole thing from here, but the buildings are arranged like the katakana's Japanese letter, ko, and Japanese letter, ro, from the entrance of the building. Overall, the place looks like a mansion save for some parts. The whole place is shaped like a rectangle with the dimension 50m x 100m and an area of 5,000 square meters. You can see it now. Ryalma, when I said that, Elia and the others took a peek from the door behind me. So that's Ryalma-kun's training facility. Conan, it's well made. Michelle, to think it would be this big. Riera, I talked with the Duke before making this, so I got a lot of help. Ryalma-sama's efforts have greatly improved the public order of Gimyuru. The household of the Duke also managed to gain some hidden gems amongst the accomplished people trained by the facility. The Master also plans to continue providing assistance depending on the success from here on. Moreover, the Jamal household is also investigating whether to make similar buildings like this one in the different town. It's not so strange at all that the Duke would support Ryao-Masama's idea. Sebasu, come to think of it, weren't there people leaving to work for the Duke recently? I can't remember their names, but they should be doing well, right? It's great that they were able to find a good place to work at. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com Volume 4 Chapter 8 TL Correction. Previously, the translation read that the shapes ko and ro were arranged from the entrance. That's a mistrans. Instead, the buildings are actually arranged like Japanese letter ko and Japanese letter ro from the entrance. Volume 4 Chapter 8. A visit to the training facility. After passing through the gates, I returned Rai and the monster carriage back into the dimension home. Then I began the tour. We've just gone past through the gates of the facility. The place was quiet, and there were no people around. The only things that could be seen were the seemingly well-built buildings with flower beds and trees around and the open plaza. But despite the seeming lack of life, the sound and voices of people could be heard. Currently, the orphans of and around Gimyuru, the teachers, the employees working at my store, and the slaves are all living here. There are 300 of them all in all. Aside from those living here, there are also those who have their own house or stay at the inn at the town who commute to this training facility. Ryoma, when I said that, Elia and the others looked at me with deep interest. As I've said before, I originally started this facility on my own whims, but it was thanks to the support of the Jamal household and the many people who helped me that we were able to put up this facility. Ryoma financial aid was one of the ways I received help, but other than that I also received help in the form of people offering their services. Most of the instructors in this facility are actually people who retired from their jobs under the condition that I would provide for their day-to-day needs. They said they didn't need much of a salary so long as I could ensure their livelihood. This facility is an orphanage for children unable to support themselves, a dormitory for the employees working for me, a school for children and other aspiring people who wishes to learn techniques, as well as a workshop for the craftsmen taught by the facility. As I said that, the first place I led the group to were the rooms of the people living in the facility. The left and right buildings that were lined up like the katakana, Japanese letter, from the gate were the residences. And the center building of that shape was the shared space which contained the bath and the dining hall. I showed Elia's group the rooms that were currently empty. The rooms were fit for 4, furnished only with the barest of necessities. But should any other furniture be needed, we can also provide those. But in any case, the rooms were dreary with nothing else to them but their sturdiness. Yet surprisingly, Michelle-san actually liked the room and thought it to be comfortable. After that came the bath and the washroom. There was a large bath for each of the residences to the left and right, totaling to 2. At first, it was suggested to only have one large bath, separating the people entering by time. But then, considering that many of the adventurers and artisan trainees would come home dirty, in the end, it was decided for there to be 2 large baths to allow either gender to enter whenever they wish. All the dirty water and trash goes to the basement where the scavenger slimes dispose of them. After which, the scavenger slimes then spit fertilizers into another room in the basement. Next came the lounge and the dining hall. The lounge and the dining hall were created to accommodate a huge crowd, but due to the furniture being created by the students of the craftsmen, the furniture decorating the area were all over the place in terms of quality. As for the kitchen, the one using it weren't only the cooks, but also the students learning to cook. They used it for their hands-on training as well as a place to make bread crumbs. It's no exaggeration to say that it's thanks to the students and the husband and wife instructors who were former bakers that I'm able to serve the fried foods, except for the tempura, in my slime den restaurant or the store in the arena. Food like croquette, tonkatsu, and menchikatsu were certainly popular, but leaving even the production of the bread crumbs to the employees was just too much of a burden. But thanks to the help of the students and the teachers, not only is it possible for the employees to skip the breadcrumb making stage, but as the two bakers had even researched on the frying of the breadcrumbs, the taste was even improved. The skills of a pro are truly frightening. This concludes most of the tour. Now, let's go to the main course and head to the learning area. But just as I was about to head there, I noticed that Elia and the others were for some reason looking at the ceiling and the walls strangely. Magic stones for lighting the rooms and candles for the hallway, Riera. Is there something that caught your attention? Ryalma, as I responded to Riera-san's muttering, Riera-san hesitatingly said, "Yes, actually, is this facility doing fine in regards to its operation costs?" Riera, operation costs. Well, there's no problem in particular. Did it look like we were having financial problems? As I was being puzzled by Riera-san's unexpected question, Michelle-san added, "The candles on the hallway walls are consumables, right? Moreover, there are also the magic stones inside the rooms. Isn't it expensive having so many magic tools set in so many different rooms? Orphanages and baths normally don't have them. I mean, they're great to look at, sure, but isn't it too costly?" Michelle, so that's what it was. It wasn't the walls but the candles that she was looking at. Of course, using lighting would definitely cost money. And the bigger the facility, the greater the expenses. That's why the church and the orphanage gets everyone to sleep early. It's common sense after all to save up on candles, but this training facility doesn't do that. If you ask why, well, it's because 3 amongst the teachers here are tallow chandlers. Moreover, there are 10 students here learning how to make candles, resulting in hundreds of candles being made every day. So there's no need to bother about candle consumption. The teachers check the candles made, and when they're good enough, they get sent to Serge-san's Morgan firm to be sold. So rather than being a burden to the operation costs of the facility, the candles are instead a source of profit. Moreover, the students are also passionate about their studies. So there are many of them who continue to study even during the night. If they just wanted to play around, then I probably wouldn't support them, but since they want to study, well, I mean, if I didn't support them, then there wouldn't be any point to this facility, right? So I firmly answered, "There's no problem at all. The magic stones will break after using them long enough, but we're more than able to take care of the expenses. Besides, it's a necessary expense to let the children study." Ryalma, when they heard my response, they clapped and praised in admiration. They each looked at me with admiring gazes. Ryalma-san, I'm moved. Aaliyah, as Elia said that, she took my hands, surprising me. Then Michelle-san said, "The Imperial Capital's Academy provides magic tools and candles in order to reduce the costs of lighting in the night. From time to time, we see some poor students without any lighting." Michelle, really? Ryalma, I didn't know. That aside, is Elia going to keep holding? Just as I thought that, it seems Elia noticed too, and she pulled back her hand as she took a step back. Thinking back on the Elia from before, this Elia's reaction is a lot more womanlike. Michelle-san continued, "Yeah, so what they do is they cut their time spent during the night, save up money, and then buy some lighting for themselves. The fact that you consider it a necessary expense to provide lighting for your students really helps them a lot. Your students are fortunate, and I'm sure they can feel your passion as well." Michelle, it sure feels uneasy being praised this much. Michelle-san's a bit androgynous, but she's still really pretty. The other 4 girls are also all young, beautiful women, so it can't be helped if I end up blushing after being praised like that. No, it just doesn't cost that much for me, so you don't have to praise me that much. Ryalma, I pulled myself together. I planned on taking them to the learning area anyway, so I might as well take them to the candle workshop first. As I thought that, I walked. With the girls in tow, I left the shared area and walked down deep into the halls until we reached a fork. Ahead is the learning space. I turn right and walk past the classroom of the students studying letters and calculations. I climbed up the stairs at the end, and then opened the door to the corner room that was the first to greet us upon entering the second floor. The room we entered was 2 sizes bigger than the classroom we just passed by a while ago. In there were 3 skilled tallow chandlers. They were Dortson, Deltson, and Tordson. With them were 10 male students working. After they greeted me, and I told them that I was doing a tour of the facility for Elia's group, they immediately went back to working. Amongst the 10 students that were working, 2 were twining a wooden rod in washi Japanese paper, grass, and cotton. 2 were melting and filtering wax inside a pot, of which the resulting wax were then being processed by another 2 who created wicks through the use of the rod from before. Then the remaining 4 used their bare hands to smear wax over a rod until it was thick. As for the 3 skilled tallow chandlers, they would go around supervising the students by giving them advice or by showing them how it's done. I feel like the students started working harder when I entered the room, but I'll just keep quiet about that. These are the skilled tallow chandlers and the people learning from them. Ryalma, when I said that, the girls' gazes moved to the box near the students, by the corner of the room, filled with candles. This facility first teaches characters and the basics of arithmetic calculations. After that, it teaches the students what they want to learn. Ryalma, the students are cut out for different things, so while I won't chase them out if they have no talent, being unmotivated is another story. So, about the matter of lighting we were discussing a while ago, the candles being used in this facility are all being made here. We also make a profit from the candles produced here, so there's not much of a burden to our operation costs in providing all that lighting. Ryalma, I might as well take this opportunity and introduce them. I went to a corner of the room and showed them a slime that was inside a barrel. This slime is a wax slime. It's a slime that spits out wax. Ryalma, the wax slime, prefers to eat vegetation with plenty of oil content in them, but it can also eat other food just fine. The only side effect to doing so is that the wax it spits out will be less. Thanks to this slime, the only real expense in candle making are the grasses and cotton used in the production of the candles, wick. The rods used are shaved bamboos made from the bamboo thickets by my house. The washi papers are created by the evolution of a sticky slime after eating bamboos, the pulp slime. The pulp slime likes to eat strong vegetation with plenty of fiber. It then spits out the sticky liquid resulting from melted vegetation. It was by wringing out the faint memory I had of one of my extracurricular lessons back in my previous life that I was able to make paper. It was hard making it from memory, but it was worth it. The produced paper is used by the students as notebooks, textbooks, and test papers. It is also used to create paper bags to be used by the store at the arena. Papers are sold for 10 suits a sheet on the market, so just 10 sheets would already cost an adult a day's living expense. With the pulp slime, a good chunk of the expense can be cut off. Unlike the candles, the paper made here is only used in my training facility, in my house, and in the store. It isn't being sold. We don't just provide candles to the students. We also provide them with notebooks and the necessary writing materials. Character and math textbooks are also distributed free of charge to the students, and in the instance they run out of papers, they can request for a new one. Of course, they'll be scolded if they waste it. Ryalma, from candles to the ingredients of candles, and then to the explanation of the pulp slime. By the time I finished explaining everything, Elia and her friend's eyes had turned into dots. Elia and her friends, huh? It's not like I mentioned anything about my previous life. And it's not like they were surprised by the cooler slimes back in the monster carriage, so why? Even Sebasu-san's just nodding his head while saying it can't be helped. Ryomakun, the textbooks are free, but shouldn't those be expensive since you need to pay for the ink and pay someone to engrave a mold? Michelle, oh, there's no problem there either as we have ink slimes. Ryoma, the ink slime eats vegetation and spits out liquids of different colors. Currently, they can spit out 6 different colors, which are black, white, red, blue, yellow, and green. But that's not all by using ink with finely powdered magic stones and writing a script. Then by placing a sheet of paper over that script and letting the ink slime spit out ink according to the shape of the script, it's possible to easily reproduce copies of the original script. If you release magic power, the slimes will happily gather and absorb magic power. This method of copying takes advantage of the slime's ability to sense magic and is useful for creating documents for reports and meetings. This is something that was mostly created by the slime research facility put up by me as part of my hobbies and by my fellow researchers. Upon explaining that, Elia and her friends broke out in a chatter about how convenient slimes were. I wholly agree with them. The fact that slimes are useful is a shared common sense in my circle. More than anything, though, I'm happy that they realize just how useful slimes are. If you'd like, I could provide some notebooks and papers for you all. Ryoma I spontaneously said that out loud. Actually, I don't think notebooks and papers would be a good present for girls, but Michelle-san was actually elated. Apparently, she often runs out of paper due to all of her magic formation experiments. She also had to record the results down too. After that, I showed them the other places. First was the workshop in the second story that created light things such as strainers, baskets, chairs, ornaments, clothes, and leather goods. Then I brought them to the classroom where lecture regarding the prices of commodities and the circulation of goods in the market were held. After which came the classroom for medicinal products and the laboratory. The doctor teaching that class is also responsible for aiding students that have fallen sick. Following that, the rooms in the first floor were mostly just classrooms, workshops that produced heavy objects, the ingredients for those objects, and the warehouse where the furnishings of the facility were stored. To give some examples of the workshops there's the workplace of the carpenters that build cabinets and desks, the sawmill where lumber is produced, and the harness carriage workshop that had a large door facing toward the courtyard. It's actually from that workshop that I got Rye's monster carriage made. We also visited many of the other classes. By the time we finished, it was noon. With the tour done, we rode on Rye's monster carriage and left the facility. On the way to the Slime Den restaurant to have our lunch, I heard the girls talking from the seats behind me. Isn't it possible for the training facility here to actually be better than the Imperial Capital's Academy? Riera, yeah. Smithing and magic's also taught in different places, right, Conan? Yes, that is correct. Sebasu, there are a lot of people who want to become adventurers, and there's the risk of accidents if we had magic training take place in the same area, so adventure-related classes and armor and weapon crafting classes are being held elsewhere. The subjects being taught are less than the academies, but that's only because the scale is different. And considering that the graduates have to become an apprentice somewhere, it's not that much different, I feel. Riera, I think it's better here since I can get all the lighting and paper I need. Michelle, well, depending on what a person is looking for, the training facility here might actually be better than the academy. I think most people would prefer it here though. Aaliyah, seeing the 5 praise the training facility that much made me happy. I had great confidence in it, which is why I showed it to them. But who would have thought it would be put on the same level as the Imperial Capital's Academy? After that, I focused on driving the carriage. It wasn't until we got to the Slime Den restaurant that I realized that I've been humming all along. Looks like I was a lot happier than I gave myself credit for. Volume 4, Chapter 9. While the girls were exiting the carriage, I looked at the Slime Den restaurant. The Slime Den restaurant is a 3-storied building. It's built with stones made from the red soil of the abandoned mine, giving it the warm atmosphere of a building made out of bricks. It's built on the land that was left over from when I built the laundromat, bamboo forest, and the land of the nearby building that was sold due to the store there moving to the new town. Because of that, the laundromat and the Slime Den restaurant ended up having the employee dormitory right in between the two. The manager of the Slime Den restaurant is the same employee who took care of the kitchen of the laundromat, Selma-san. Karm-san said that there were plenty of vacant rooms in the dorm, so considering that Selma-san also had some lingering affections for her previous job, I talked to her about it. We'll be able to fill the vacant rooms by having the employees of the Slime Den restaurant sleep at the laundromat's dorm, and the employees will also be able to come and go easily to eat. Moreover, if I were to teach Selma-san the cooking in my previous life, I'll be able to eat food from my previous life whenever I please. It was for these reasons that I made the restaurant. With all that said, the Slime Den restaurant is actually a store I started without any intention of making a profit. I was satisfied so long as it stayed clear of the red. But by teaching Selma-san the recipe of my previous life's cuisines, and by giving her the pepper I harvested when I sometimes went out to gather herbal ingredients from the great forest of Shiras, and on top of that, by giving her the meat of the magical beasts I hunted along the way before I knew it, the store had already gotten famous for delicious cuisine. After everyone had gotten off the carriage, I returned Rai into the dimension home. I took Elia and her friends into the store. As we opened the door, a bell sounded, and the hustle and bustle within the store and the bright voice of the employees reached our ears. "Welcome. This way, please, owner." Waitress. When we entered the store, a waitress and a slime that was on a small table a short distance away from the door welcomed us. The drunk slime is the mascot of this store. Thanks to the divine protection it has received, it's able to provide good alcohol to the store. It's what you would call a beckoning slime. Thank you very much. Ryalma. We followed the waitress through the crowded restaurant. The seats and tables were arranged in an orderly fashion, and although the restaurant was crowded, the spaces in between the tables that were also there to divide the area ensured that there was space to walk. The interior of the restaurant was designed like that of a family restaurant. People often say it's a bit eccentric. As we walked, following the waitress, we were led to a table by the corner in the second floor. As everyone took their seats, the waitress distributed the menu and gave us some water to drink. Then she left us and went to the other tables where other customers calling her sat. Now what should we eat? Ryalma. I forgot to ask what kind of food they were bad at, so I wasn't able to plan anything beforehand except for desserts. I drank my glass of water as I looked at the menu. Speaking of which, this menu was made by printing the contents with the ink of the ink slime on the paper of the pulp slime, after which it was then enclosed in the hardening liquid plank of the sticky slime. At which point, a hole was then opened to allow the menu to be seen, and was then inserted into a leather bag, folded 3 times. After being folded 3 times, the name of the store and the word menu can be seen on the front cover of the leather. I scanned the menu a little, but I already have everything in it memorized. Everything except the set meals that change daily depending on Selma-san's whims and the food stocks. So there's no point looking at the menu. With that in mind, I might as well just explain the dishes myself. Is there anything you guys want to eat? Meat or vegetable? Ryalma. Nothing in particular. I don't really have any hates or dislikes when it comes to food, so I'll take whatever you recommend, Ryalma-kun. Michelle recommend, huh? Well, I like everything in the menu, so if you were to ask me, I would actually recommend most of the food in it. If I were to consider the store's profits, then I would have to recommend liquor. But that's not really an option here. Also, I'm going to digress a bit, but the reason this store's liquor is making such a profit is because of the world's #1 advisor, the god of wine, Tekun. Each time there was a banquet, I would bring food and wine to the divine realm, and Tekun would go, "This food goes with this wine." Because of that, I was able to get a good reference for which food to match with which liquor, resulting in the store making a killing. Not that it's related to the matter at hand or anything. Anyway, since it's like this, how about the Slime Den restaurant's special-made hamburger set? With seasoned minced meat, chicken soup, red wine, and herb sauce, it's a treat you'll never forget. There are also bread and corn soup to go with it too. Ryalma, there's hamburger in this world, so it should be safe, although the taste is completely different. Then I'll have just that. Michelle's decided, so next is Conan. I'd like some meat too. If possible, I want to eat something I can't eat anywhere else except for here. Conan, then in that case, I'd recommend either teriyaki pork, fried chicken, or beef cutlet set. The teriyaki pork and the fried chicken comes with rice, but the beef cutlet comes with bread. Ryalma, then I'll have that fried chicken set. Conan, so there's cooked rice here. I got to say it's been a while since I've had some rice. Miyabi, the staple food of this country is bread, so rice isn't grown in these parts. This store is able to sell rice thanks to Pyoro-san providing us imports along with soy sauce and miso from the Dragonute village. I wonder if there are stores that sell cooked rice in the capital. I don't think it'd be strange for the capital city of this country to have some, but the way Miyabi-san talks suggests otherwise. As I pushed up all the rice dishes in my head up the list, Sabasu-san suggested a dish ahead of me. Then in that case, how about chahan? It's steamed rice fried with a taste seasoned with salt and pepper. If you were to make it into a set meal, then there's chicken soup to go with it along with crispy minced meat and fried gyoza. Sabasu, because of that explanation, Miyabi-san, Ilya, and Sabasu-san ordered the chahan set. Come to think of it, Sabasu-san sure likes Chinese cuisine. It seems he's been coming here to eat chahan when I wasn't around. The butler who orders chahan every time he comes here is apparently famous amongst the employees. Last to order was Riera-san, who ordered a lasagna set that had bread and soup to go with it. I called the waitress and ordered. Speaking of which, my order was the special-made hayashi rice with sesame dressing salad. Now all that's left is to wait. While we were waiting, Ilya noticed Miyabi-san looking around the store with serious eyes. Miyabi, is there something the matter? Ilya, it's related to my family's business, so it caught my interest a bit. Miyabi, apparently, Miyabi-san saw the prices from the menu a while ago and thought them to be rather cheap considering the import costs and the seasonings. While it's true that importing a lot of goods while making it cheap isn't easy, it's thanks to the effort of the company that it's possible. I go to the great forest of Shiras several times in a year to gather herbal ingredients. So during that time, I would take the opportunity and also harvest some pepper to use in the store. Ryalma, the pepper I get doesn't only grow around the vicinity of the ruins of Kormi village, but also near the deeper areas of the forest. People don't enter that area, so there are plenty growing. I can get as much as I want, so during that time, I would stay for as long as a week and gather enough to have even some leftovers for the store. The pepper I gather isn't only used in the store. I also use it to settle a part of the bill of the rice, soy sauce, and miso that I get from the Seiyunji firm. In other words, I also use it to barter. Other than that, I also provide the magical beasts I hunt along with the vegetables grown in my house, so I'm able to reduce the cost. Ryalma, it's not only bamboos that grow in my house. I need food to raise the goblins that I used to feed the slimes and experiment on, so I turned a part of the abandoned mine mountain into a field. So Ryalmadono does even that. Riera, yes, but the guild master of the merchant guild warned me not to sell those as it would cause the prices of all sort of things to fall, so while they're being used, they aren't being sold. Ryalma, it's common for magicians specializing in wood magic to make a small change with agriculture. It's not strange either for retired magicians to work at fields. But in my case, I'm using the scavenger slime's fertilizer and the plant slimes that use wood magic to farm in large scale, resulting in scale and yields of a completely different league. When I first started, there were many times when the crops turned into magical beasts and were spoiled. But nowadays, I'm able to regularly supply this store with a variety of crops. Also, it's not just crops that I'm not allowed to sell. I was also warned to talk before selling any of the notebooks and papers made by the training facility. Today's really changed my perspective on slimes. It's really a mystery why researchers gave slimes the cold shoulder for so long. Michelle, when she heard my words, Michelle-san said that. There are plenty of people who came under my wing and produced results, you know. The wax slimes and the ink slimes in the training facility that I showed you are some of the results of those researchers who came under my wing. The slimes were ignored, so the researchers couldn't provide results. And because they couldn't provide results, the researchers ignored the slimes even more. It's a vicious cycle. Ryalma I gathered the slime researchers from Calkins, San and his friends' former workplace to work for me in my laundromats. It was then that I found out that there were actually plenty of researchers who were willing to research slimes, but due to malnutrition from poverty, their health deteriorated. Many amongst them tried to stave off their hunger with kafu berry. It's a kind of berry with texture similar to that of mochi, but bitter. But then even if they do manage to stave off their hunger, they wouldn't get much nutrients. It seems they tried to compensate for the lack of nutrients with the hamide herb, a kind of herb with plenty of nutrients, but even then it wasn't enough. Continuing a lifestyle like that for an extended period would only leave them suffering with malnutrition or sick. It's not a lifestyle you could call healthy. When I asked them why they kept eating those things, they said it's because they didn't have money. So even though the food was bad since they were able to buy those too cheap, allowing them to buy lots, they kept eating it. Being in a state like that wouldn't just leave you unmotivated, it would even take away your ability to think. If anything, they already did plenty well in that they didn't collapse. What happened to those people? Riera, making them work like that would have been bad for my conscience. And besides, I wasn't even confident they'd be able to work, so I first helped rehabilitate them. Nowadays, everyone is back to health, and they're either working at a branch store of my laundromat or researching at the research facility at the back of the training facility. Ryalma, by making full use of my knowledge in medicine, both in this world and the last, along with the help of actual doctors, after we were able to confirm that the researchers were in fact suffering from malnutrition, we crushed some soybeans and fruits and threw them into water. Then from that solution of vitamin B1, B2, B12, and C, I used my alchemy to draw out and mix vitamin pills, which we then had the destitute researchers drink. From my identify skill, I found out that there were in fact little nutrients in the kafu berry. At the same time, I also found out that there were plenty of nutrients in the hamide herb. However, it was lacking in vitamin B. It's harmful to the body to take too much of a certain vitamin, so I made sure to only give them water-soluble vitamins which are relatively easier to expulse from the body. The medicines are only something made in a jiffy, but since administering it to them, their health gradually got better. I had already reached the age where I was worried about my health back in my previous life, so I would often check various sites on health-related matters then. It seems that knowledge actually proved itself useful here. They had some other diseases on top of the malnutrition, so they weren't able to make an instant recovery. But despite that, after making them stop eating such unhealthy meals and making them take the vitamin pills and eat food easy to digest, and then letting them rest, even the doctors were surprised at how fast they recovered. There are still some of them drinking vitamin pills even today, but that's only for supplement and not treatment. Nowadays, they rarely have any health issues aside from lack of sleep. Back to the topic. When I told them that the destitute researchers had gotten better, Elia and the others smiled as they said, "That's great." "Excuse me." Waitress O, the food came. We were concentrated on talking, so it felt like the food came instantly. As the three waitresses called out to us, they began to place the food on the table. When they finished, they politely bowed, went to a corner opposite our table, and returned to the waiting area by the special staircase in the second floor that's meant for carrying food. When the eating began, the once lively table turned quiet. Everyone had become too entranced by the food, leaving little words to be said. Especially Miyabi-san, who was completely focused on eating, not even speaking a single word. Still, I have to say it's sort of strange seeing a butler and a lady like Elia eating chahan and gyoza. Then again, that's probably just because I haven't eaten anything back then aside from home cooking or cheap food. It's not really strange even for high-class Chinese restaurants to serve chahan. Although I wouldn't really know whether a high-class Chinese restaurant would also serve fried gyoza. If you asked for gyoza at an authentic restaurant, they would probably serve boiled gyoza instead, since apparently, fried gyoza is a way to sell leftover food. But the people of this world don't know that. All they know is that it's delicious, and are just eating normally. The only one who finds it strange is me due to the image I have in my mind. After eating, the peach-like jello that I had reserved beforehand was brought. After eating that too, our lunch concluded. I paid the bill and we rode the monster carriage. Hearing that everyone was satisfied made me happy. I already knew that they enjoyed the meal from the expression they had while eating though, but I won't teach the recipe to anyone, okay? As I responded to the voices of the people from behind me, I ordered rye. The next destination of the monster carriage is the training area for fighting practices, Volume 4, Chapter 10 TL Note. Hi all, here's the extra chapter. Thank you so much to all the donators. Site changes. Due to my server not being able to handle the load, dark themes currently disabled. I'm still working on the site, so let me know if there's anything else you want changed or added. Volume 4, Chapter 10. Training area. On the way to the training area, Michelle-san said this. Ryo-kun, could you also give us a tour of the slime research facility? I got interested after hearing you talk about it. Michelle, the other four also seemed to be interested. Honestly speaking, that makes me happy, but unfortunately, the slime research facility is currently prohibited except for related personnel. I can't promise you anything. Ryoma, in order to make the most of the research results of the facility, we allow tour for our trusted affiliates. We are also brazenly using the abilities of the slimes in the training facility. However, there are still slimes under research and other confidential matters within the research facility, so we can't just recklessly let anyone enter. Information is freely shared within the research facility regardless of experience or age, and the research is done together by all the researchers. However, the flow of information to the outside is being strictly monitored. The facility's security is also tight. 30 of the people Rainbow-sama introduced was hired to guard the facility. There are several expensive magical tools set in place, and even a barrier to defend against invasions through dimension magic or retreats through it has been put up. It's unfortunate, but I guess it can't be helped. Michelle-san seemed to have predicted my response, and she easily gave up the idea. It's not strange for research facilities to prohibit entry. People who are able to tour one are considered lucky, so it seems she wasn't expecting much when she asked for a tour. It's because even though my parents are researchers, I'm not allowed to enter their laboratory. Michelle, come to think of it, her family is a lineage of researchers. I guess it's not that strange that she understands how these kind of facilities operate then. As we talked like that, the northern gate of the first town entered our line of sight. If we keep going this way, we'll reach the gate. Kanan, are we leaving the town? Michelle, yes. The training area is located outside the town. Ryalma, the training area and the magic training area were built at a location about an hour and a half to a 2-hour distance walk outside the town for safety reasons. It's a little closer to Gimyuru from the midpoint between Gimyuru and my house. The area was positioned some distance away from the Grell frogs so as to not affect them. There the trees were cut, and a lot of 150m x 100m was created. And then a rectangular building rounded on one side, making it look like a smart ball or a pinball, was built on it. As we passed the gates, I ordered Rai to speed up. At my orders he quickly sped up and he ran like a horse. Surprised, Riera-san couldn't help but ask, "Ryalmadono, aren't we going a little too fast?" Riera, no problem. This kid has more than enough stamina for it. Ryalma, after 2 years, this is what Rai's skills look like. Rai, Cannonball Rhino, skills level stamina up LV7, vitality up LV5, strength up LV4, neutral magic LV1, Qigong LV3. He had the first 3 skills right from the start, so his growth as a Cannonball Rhino was faster than normal. Learning neutral magic as he grew up wasn't strange either. But the last skill, on the other hand, Qigong LV3, from what I gather, there's never been an incident where a Cannonball Rhinos was able to use Qigong, but for some reason, Rai can use it. It's probably because of me and the mimic slime that Rai turned out like this. I can't think of any other reason. In these past 2 years that I've been training the mimic slime, I've taught it various battle techniques, allowing it to reach a level where it's able to somewhat put up a fight against me. One of the techniques I taught it was Qigong. But I also had the mimic slime eat some of Rai's fur, allowing it to transform into Rai. Because of that, there were also times when I had the mimic slime train with Rai. Some time passed, and before I knew it, Rai was also able to use Qigong. Rai had a strong body from the start, so with Qigong added to that, he's easily able to pull the monster carriage. And with him being able to maintain this speed for 2 hours, we arrived at the training area in no time at all. On the other hand, although Rai was able to learn Qigong, his neutral magic level is low. It would appear that due to the higher efficiency of the Qigong, which has a similar effect to the neutral magic, strength and body, he doesn't use his magic much, causing low levels. Now, going back to the topic, as I continued to let Rai run with the monster carriage in tow for some time, we stopped by the right side of the road going toward the abandoned mine, and arrived at the training area that's surrounded by trees. Before us stood the wall of a building with a number of big windows attached to it, and a boorish gate at the center that was big enough to let 2 carriages pass. There were 4 people watching over the gate. When we opened the gate, those men came over. As I called out to them, we entered through the gate. "Thank you for your work." "Ryalma, it's our pleasure." Gatekeepers, as they replied, we passed through the gate. Deep inside, I wryly smiled as I thought on how I just can't get used to that atmosphere. Then, as I was thinking that, Riera-san asked me. Those people were, Riera, trainees. I consulted Rainbox-sama, Elia's grandfather, about the guards of the research facility. Because of that, there are former knights amongst the instructors here. Those people back there are trainees of those former knights. Speaking of which, Riera-san, would you like to try out the training here after our match? Ryalma, thank you, Ryalmadono. Yes, I'd love to participate in the training. Riera, she replied immediately. Her voice remains calm, but it seems she's really happy deep inside. Beyond the gate was a road enclosed in walls. We proceeded 6 meters through that path and reached a place to stop our carriage at. I parked the monster carriage beside the other carriages that were already parked, and then I got off the carriage and ordered Rai to wait there. As Elia and the others were exiting the carriage, I began explaining. This is the training area where magic and other related subjects are taught. The building enclosing this parking is sturdy enough to stand even against magical beasts. Moreover, there are also passages inside the walls that are connected to the workshop ahead and the rooms inside the walls that we passed by after passing through the gate. Ryalma, there are rooms inside those walls. Is there anything in those? There's a kitchen where sandwiches and other simple food are made. The food made there is sold to people passing by who are hungry after their training. The proceeds from those goes to helping out the training facility. Also, since last year, once a year during the Grell frog outbreak, several stores open there in those windows that we saw by the gate, selling food, drinks, deodorant liquid, and other various things. Ryalma, those stores sell goods aimed at adventurers hunting Grell frogs, so their profits are huge. After all, there are many young adventurers who fail to prepare adequately, and even experienced adventurers sometimes fall into unforeseen situations. Even though the products sold by the stores are all priced higher than Gimyuru's, especially the food, there are still a large number of adventurers who buy food before going home due to being hungry after a day's hard work. Incidentally, the cooks cooking the food are the chef and baker apprentices of the training facility. The people selling the goods are merchant apprentices, and because we're allowing them to accumulate experience while letting them help, the labor costs are zero. The students themselves plan for this for several weeks themselves in order to have a place where they can show off the skills they have learned. There are also people amongst the teachers who consider this to be a good graduation test. And more than anything, as it is a kind of event, everyone is having fun. Unfortunately, this year's is already over. It might have been better if the girls visited during the season. I see. Riera, do any problems occur during the event? Aaliyah, of course. But in cases such as that, there are students studying here who are tasked with the duty of guarding the area, so it won't be an issue. Ryalma, there are a lot of people who come here to study fighting techniques, but not everyone studying how to fight is aspiring to be an adventurer. For example, Kryes-san, who we met yesterday as a gatekeeper of the first town, is also one of the students that trained here. His job, however, isn't an adventurer, but is instead a guard. That's because aside from those aiming to be adventurers, there are also those who are studying here with the intent of one day becoming knights. And as even aspiring adventurers are sometimes tasked with escort missions or missions to guard a residence or a store, the training area here can also train those aspiring to be knights. Now that you mention it, Aaliyah, right. That's why it's not a problem even if magical beasts or evil adventurers come. Also, other than the stores, there are also the students who make carriages, operating a stagecoach. There are also the students studying how to make clothes and accessories, selling clothes for adventurers to change into. Basically, the students here do whatever they can do. Ryalma, this place is perfect for adventurers coming to work, huh? Kanan, as the other girls laughed, seemingly saying, exactly. I took them, and we went to a door that was in an opposite direction from the gate we entered. On either side of that door were paths leading to a kitchen, but we ignored that and kept going until we reached a crossroad. Near the sides of this crossroad were 2 rooms. The one close to the parking area had workshops for weapons and armors, and on the other side were the changing rooms for men and women, a workshop for creating magic staves, and a medical office. Ryalma, if we kept going this path, we would eventually reach the training area, but Riera-san should change her clothes first. After all, she couldn't possibly want to fight looking the way she is right now, being dressed in an attire meant for a walk downtown, now would she? As I pointed to a partitioning screen on the left hallway, I said, "If you enter the hallway at either side, at the end of each can be found a changing room. The girls' changing room is to the left." Ryalma, as I was saying that, it dawned on me. I haven't decided the rules of the match yet. What should I do? Riera-san is aiming to be a knight, so should we use the knight's rules? What do they do at their academy? If we're doing it, then if possible, I'd like to go at it at full force. Ryalma-kun, Michelle, something the matter? Riera, I just noticed that we haven't discussed the rules in our match, Riera-san. What should we do? If you teach me the rules of the academy that you're used to, I don't mind going with that. Ryalma, I might have said that with a hint of provocation, but even if I were to fight on Riera-san's terms, I wouldn't lose. Although this might be a bit excessive, I'm confident I can beat most people unless the rules are against me. As I waited for Riera-san's reply, I noticed Riera-san's feelings weren't hurt in the slightest as she replied with a serious face. "I'm fine with the rules that are used normally when matches are held here, but, Riera MN, is it something difficult to say? I wonder why." "But, Ryalma, please excuse my shameless request, but would it be possible to have the match between me and Ryalma Dono be held 1-5? Riera 1-5. I don't really mind, but why, Ryalma, the gap between my strength and yours is too big. Alone, I would either lose as soon as I made my move, or lose before using up all my power if you were to hold back. I've been feeling this way since I saw you fight the bandits on the way to Gimyuru." Riera, that time, huh? Then what's the reason why you want a 1-5 match? Ryalma, there's also the difference in number, but since us 5 entered the academy, we've been training together these past 3 years as one group. And although it wasn't easy before this extended vacation, we managed to take the seat of the most excellent group. So last night, we talked amongst ourselves and wondered whether or not the 5 of us would be able to put up a fight against you. Riera, Amen, so the other 4 are also in agreement then? Ryalma, the other 4 nodded. Then it's fine. I've also fought against parties of 2 or 3 adventurers from time to time, and aside from Elia's magic and magic power, their fighting experience is shallow, so I should be able to manage. I understand. The rules don't prohibit matches of 1-5. Also, although it's a bit early, anything goes in the match. Magic weapons and tools are fair game. The referee will be the one to decide on the winner. Ryalma, thank you, and sorry for just saying whatever I want. Riera, oh no, it was just a little unexpected is all. Ryalma, unexpected. Riera, with the image I had of Riera-san, what she said just now was almost miraculous. I mean, she struck me as a somewhat foolhardy girl after all. How should I put it? Straightforward. In any case, you strike me as someone who would wish for a fair match regardless of the difference in strength. Ryalma, Mew. Riera, P.F. Michelle, Riera-san looked like she just swallowed a bitter bug when she heard my words. All the while, Michelle-san, who was behind her, did her best to keep herself from laughing. True, I certainly do give off that sort of image, but after seeing you beat those bandits, after hearing from Sebasu Dono about how you're strong enough to be in a rank adventurer, and after seeing that you have a B-rank magical beast with you, even I can understand that it's impossible for me to win. Riera's dad and her 2 older brothers actually warned her in the past. They told her not to be too idealistic, but, Michelle, please don't tell him that. Riera, so she had that sort of temperament. But on the other hand, it seems she's able to make a proper decision based on the events that unfold before her and the information that she has. She might still be a bit rough when it comes to determining the strength of her opponent, but it should be fine so long as she improves that gradually. She's able to borrow her friends' help when she knows she can't do something by herself. I don't know if Riera-san was the one who asked for this herself, but regardless, there are also people who are too stubborn to accept other people's help. Also, my initial impression of Riera wasn't low by any means, but with this, I think I should raise my initial assessment of her. Speaking of which, I wonder how good Elia's gotten at her magic. That'll be another thing to look forward to. As I was thinking that, Elia and the others received their equipment from Sebasu-san, and I sent them off to the girls' changing room. After that, I went to prepare as well Volume 4, Chapter 11, Volume 4, Chapter 11. Redacted. I took out my equipment from my dimension home and did my preparations inside the changing room. My current attire consists of a jet black inner shirt and a jet black pair of pants. This set is leather armor made out of the leather of the cannonball rhinos. My adventurer friends often tell me to sew some embroidery over my shirt or pants with gold threads or silver threads, but this one doesn't have any ornaments. An armor is good so long as it can protect. It's true that this armor set might not look that good on the outside, but it's highly efficient. For example, this jet black armor is made by using the bamboo charcoal that's been made at my house, separating it and purifying it into carbon, and then mixing that carbon with the sticky slime's thread in a ratio of 1:9, creating a fiber that's similar to carbon fiber. However, I don't know how this imitation compares to the real thing. After all, I don't know how close it is to the real thing in the first place, and I don't know what their differences are either. Speaking of carbon fiber, at first, when I tried to create a thread out of just carbon, I couldn't create anything except for a thin, fractured lump of carbon. When I mixed it with the sticky slime's thread using my alchemy, I managed to increase its strength to a whole another level. While caution may need to be exercised when facing fire, ice, or electric magic when using this kind of material, it's extraordinarily strong against physical attacks. Which weapon should I use? Ryalma, the weapon I normally use is the adamantite katana that my grandfather left me. Other than that, I have my 2 magic staves. I wonder if I should use a staff as a countermeasure against Elia's magic. After a little more thinking, I decided to go with the katana in the end. As expected, let's go with this. Ryalma, I placed the katana I took out by my waist, and then I left the male changing room. When I went back to the crossroads where I talked at with Elia and the others, the only one that was there was Sebasu-san. But just as I was thinking that, the other 5 suddenly appeared from the other side, walking. Walking in the lead was Kanan-san, who wore light armor. She had a silver bracelet on each hand, probably as substitute for gauntlets. She wore leather armor and 2 swords could be seen hanging by her waist. Twin swords, huh? Or is the other one a spare? Well, I'll find out when we fight. Next is Riera-san, but sorry for making you wait. Riera, I just got here actually, still. The impression a person gives sure changes with different clothes, huh? Ryalma, she gave off the image of a cold beauty when wearing normal clothes and with her whole face visible. But with the way she looks right now, dressed in a chainmail, she truly looks like a soldier or a knight. From afar, I thought she was just wearing tights over her whole body, but it seems she also has a metal plate attached over her chest to bolster her defense. On her waist hung a sword, and on her left hand was a shield. As expected, her equipment gives off a strong impression of having been made for fighting. Ryalmadono, the clothes you are wearing sure is different, huh? Riera, it's special equipment. Ryalma, it was here after seeing the 5 of them that something caught my attention, so I asked them about it. Speaking of which, did you all buy your equipment from the same store? They seem to be similarly made. Ryalma, Elia, Miyabi-san, and Michelle-san are all wearing pants easy to move in. Also, they are all wearing leather chest protectors and a set of uniform robes. Even the staves they're wielding is uniform. And as for Riera-san and Kanan-san, the swords they are using look similar, especially the sheaths and the hilts. These are supplied by the academy. It's included in the tuition fee we pay, so everyone receives a set of equipment for use in our classes. Michelle, they're mass-produced, but after 3 years we've already gotten used to them. Riera, I see. Ryoma, that's why it looks so similar. From the first year until the third year it's forbidden to use personal equipment. Aaliyah, that's why from the fourth year onwards, armor of all sorts, from bad to good, come out. Miyabi, training aside, do students start seriously training from the fourth year? Ryoma, isn't that dangerous? It's to get used to the weapons. It's also because we have the magic tools that were created for safety reasons during the founding of the school. Aaliyah, apparently, those magic tools, when worn, will forcefully teleport the person wearing it if it seems they're about to take a damage greater than the damage permitted during training. Because of that, there's little danger to one's life during training. And even the wounds incurred during training are at most at the level of cuts. Honestly, I'm more surprised that magic tools from during the Academy's creation is still around. That's quite convenient. Ryoma, it's true they can guarantee our safety, but the sense of tension being taken away could also be seen as a minus. The Knights also have something similar, but according to my older brother, they rarely use it. Riera, that's true. I wonder if I should introduce it to the training in the facility here. But now that I think about it, it sure feels strange. I'm interested, but I guess that's about all there is to it. That's also true. Anyway, we've already finished our preparations, so shall we go? Ryoma, with our conversation already done, I propose to move to the training area. As we passed through the door at the end of the crossroads, the area that next appeared before us was an area that was mostly outside already, only having a roof over it. A little further ahead was a wall perpendicular the hallway, serving as a demarcation. There was no roof past the hallway, and on either side of the hallway could be heard the voices of the people training. Fireball. Mage Student 1, Wind Hammer. Mage Student 2, Rock Bullet. Mage Student 3, to the left of the hallway is the training area for magic. Presently, the magician students are practicing their attack magic by firing them against dummy targets. The furthest target is about 40 meters away. Squad 1, ready, fire. Instructor 1, immediately back down after firing and switch with the next squad. Instructor 2, you over there, you're too slow. Instructor 3, to the right of the hallway are the people practicing their bows and throws. That just now were the archers. It seems they're doing group practice and are currently being driven hard by their 3 instructors. The girls followed me as they looked at the training area. When we passed through the boundary marked by the wall, their eyes found themselves stuck on the building before them. In front of us was a 4-meter wall around which many stairs were installed. The area surrounding that was a marsh. Only the hallway continuing to the building and the entrance of the building wasn't surrounded. This is where the match will take place. Riera, yes. This is the sports ground of this training facility. Training for non-projectile weapons, matches, and real combat drills take place here. The building is elliptical in shape with a diameter of 80 meters. In square meters, it has an area of about 5,000 square meters. Ryoma, what are the stairs attached to the walls for? Miyabi, knights and guards have to walk up staircases a lot in castle walls and fortresses. The stairs are to prepare the students for that. The idea is to let them build up stamina by having them go up and down. Also, the marsh here is for adventurers to train their ability to search in places with bad footing. Ryoma, both exercises train the legs and loins, so classes use either exercise. Incidentally, there is a water and earth magic using slime grazing within the marsh known as mud slime. It's taking care of the marsh, so there's no strange smell here like the one that could be smelled by the marsh where the Grell frog outbreak occurs. After that, we entered the building. Inside were over 300 people training, and sounds of weapons clashing and warriors yelling could be heard all over. Wow, that's a lot of people. Riera, aside from the students, the adventurers of the town also come here. Please wait for a moment, I'll just go and ask for a good place. Ryoma, I looked around as I said that. As I did, I saw the instructor Barbet-san standing by the wall. I immediately ran up to him. Barbet-san. Ryoma, why if it isn't Ryoma Dono? What's up? Barbet, I'm about to have a match with 5 others to test out their mettle. Do you know any spacious place? Ryoma, I see. Mu by 5, are you referring to the students from the Imperial Capital's Academy? Barbet, when I looked at the girls' direction, Barbet-san said that as he looked at them. He understands well. You know, Ryoma, I've also aspired to be a knight before. I recognize their equipment from the time when I went to the Imperial Capital's Academy. Barbet, I see, so that's how he knows. Looks like that style of the equipment they're using hasn't changed for quite some time. There's only 15 minutes left till lunch break. At that time the building should free up quite a bit of space, so you all should just do your warm-ups till then. Barbet, all right, I got it. Thank you very much. Ryoma, as I thanked Barbet-san, I went back to Ilia's group. The people training will have their lunch break in 15 minutes, so just do your warm-ups until then. Ryoma, when I said that, the 5 girls immediately went to an area near the wall with no people and began doing some physical exercises. Seeing that, I sat at a place somewhat distant from theirs and closed my eyes. 3 years ago I met the former Knight Commander Shiva-san. Since then, for almost 2 years, I've been training myself in my spare time with the pointers that Shiva-san gave me. As a result, although my martial skills may not have improved a lot, I was able to relearn the coordination between my magic and my martial arts, and I was able to feel true growth. One of the things I gained was a much more precise magic perception. After training day after day, I was able to improve this ability, and I understood just how useful it is. Calm the mind and focus yourself to sense the power of magic. As I focused my senses on magic power, lumps of magic transformed into shapes of people gradually appeared around me. These human-shaped masses of magic power are none other than the magic power they hold inside them. These masses of magic power is different from the magic power released when invocating magic. They're a little harder to sense, but if you can sense them, then you can completely pinpoint the location of that person. I focused even harder. I can sense magic with greater accuracy. And because of the differences in the masses of magic power, I can tell the difference in their magical strength. The amount of magic power changes based on the use of magic, so I can't tell who the person is based on that. I can, however, calculate the amount of magic power they have. The amount of concentration required isn't a joke, though. I can do it right now, but it's impossible while in the middle of a battle. In any case, I better gather some information before I fight Ilia's group. Now, I wonder just how much you've grown in this past 2 years. Ilia, after calculating the magic power of the 5 girls, I was able to get a precise calculation of their current magic power. In numerical form, arranged from highest to low, their magic power is as follows. Name magic power approximate. Ilia 250,000, Conan 40,000, Miyabi 10,000, Michelle 7,000, Riera 2,000. I knew Ilia had a lot of magic power, but the others too. In this world, normal people have about 100. Warriors who use magic in order to increase their cards have around 500 to 700. A normal magician has 1,000 to 5,000. And a royal court magician has 10,000 to 50,000. Even the one with the least magic power amongst them, Riera-san, has enough to pass for a magician. I mean, her aside, Conan-san actually has 40,000. People from the Beastmen tribes shouldn't have a lot of magic power, and yet, this has to be my first time seeing one with 40,000 points of magic power. I can also feel some magic power from her 2 bracelets. Those must be some sort of magic tool. I don't know what kind of magic's been imbued into those, but I should take care. Ryoma-sama, it will almost be time for the match. Sebasu already. Thank you very much, Sebasu-san. Ryoma, at Sebasu-san's words, I noticed that the people training has already started their break. Each one of them began to leave the building either to go beneath the shade of a tree to eat their bento or to go buy some food. As I sent a sidelong glance to those people, I shifted my gaze to the 5 girls. My gaze met with Riera-san's. As we neared each other, I called out to her. "Then shall we? Ryama, thank you for exchanging pointers with me. Riera, we won't let you beat us so easily. Kanan will fight with everything we've got." Aaliyah, as we went against the flow of people, we walked toward the center of the training area. Elia's group and I faced each other within a space of about 6 meters, sir. Sebasu, San stood at the center as our referee. There are trainees and adventurers watching us from afar, but Elia and the others Dante seem to mind. The girls are arranged with Riera-san and Kanan-san standing in front, protecting the magicians, Elia and the 2 others at the back. They wielded their staves and swords as if it was second nature. Following them, I too unsheathed my katana from its sheath. At that moment, the moment when my katana left its sheath, a clear sound resounded. Since the day I received this blade, I've been using it day after day in my training and in my battles, and yet not once has the blade of this katana rusted nor has its brilliance darkened. A magnificent swing, as always. Even though I've seen it so many times. Volume 4, Chapter 12, Volume 4, Chapter 12. The match Part 1. Ryama pulled out the katana from its sheath and confirmed that there was no damage. Not even a single sign of wear could be seen on the blade. The adamantite used in the blade of this katana is extremely tough. Unless he does something absurd, the thin blade of the katana wouldn't wear down even without cladding it in kai. He could even cut iron plates. If he were to clad the blade in kai, then he could cut enemies into pieces like he would an armor. Adamantite becomes more durable and tougher the purer it is. But at the same time, its resistance to heat and corrosion also increases, making it harder to work with. The methods of forging the katana is the same as with a normal one, but there's a world of difference in the heat of the forge and the time required. The adamantite used in Ryama's katana is 77% pure. The limits acknowledged by blacksmiths all over the world is said to be only 75%, so Ryama's adamantite that surpassed that limit by another 2% is a high-purity adamantite. But even then, that limit of 75% is what you could call a base point from where you can do anything. So there are plenty of people who create adamantite weapons by mixing adamantite with iron, creating an alloy with a purity of about 60% to make it easier to work with. But even then, it's still a luxury, so there are barely any stores that sell them. When Ryama pulled out his weapon, Elia and the others immediately noticed it. Riera was able to tell what material the katana was made out of, but although the other 4 weren't privy to weapons, even they could tell that Ryama's katana wasn't just a common weapon. A sense of caution rose within them. Sebasu confirmed the rules. There are no restrictions on the magic, weapons, and tools that can be used. The winner will be decided by the referee, in this case me. When I decide that one of you girls has already lost, then you'll have to withdraw from the fight. Once all 5 of you has withdrawn, you lose. In the same way, if Ryama receives a powerful attack first, then it will be his loss. Is everyone in agreement with these rules? Sebasu, at those words, Ryama and the girls glanced at each other and then they all agreed. Then, start. Sebasu, Fireball, Elia and Miyabi. Rock Bullet, Michelle. Immediately after the match began, the 3 magicians from the girls' side fired their magic. Ryama dodged the ball of flame fired by Elia and Miyabi, and he easily cut down the rock projectile fired off by Michelle's rock bullet. But before Ryama could begin his counter-attack, Riera came slashing at him. Ha! Riera! The duel between Riera and Ryama began, and the sound of clanging metal resounded within the vicinity. Riera's swings were quite fast and had a decent amount of power behind them. Seeing that, Ryama's appraisal for her rose up. Her style's a bit textbookish, but while I'm holding back, She is able to respond well to my attacks. If I were to compare her to the students and adventurers I've fought so far, then I guess she'd be around the level of a D-rank adventurer. She's still lacking in experience, but that's something she'll continue to pile up from here on. As he thought that, Ryalma parried the descending blade aimed at the crown of his head with his katana. And then, using the force of the attack, he entered Riera's right flank, and he struck the backside of his katana's blade at Riera. However, Riera was able to block that attack by raising her shield up. Immediately after, Riera took the sword that Ryalma parried and swept with it sideways from beneath the shield, difficult to see. Ryalma retreated and dodged the sword. He took some distance, but it was at that moment that magic came flying at him from the side in the blink of an eye. The magic that came shooting at him were 3 fire arrows. The girls clearly had no intentions of holding back with Ryalma as their opponent. Water wall, Ryalma at Ryalma's magic. A wall of water immediately rose up midair, blocking the 3 fire arrows. Ryalma decided to change his target. This time he tried attacking Elia's group. As the water wall that blocked the fire arrows collapsed, the moment it fell to the ground, Ryalma rushed up to Elia's group. "You're not going anywhere." Conan, before Ryalma could reach Elia's group, Conan blocked his way and kept him at bay. "I see, so Riera-san is the vanguard, while Elia's group is responsible for magic attacks and support, while Conan-san's role is to stop those that get past Riera-san." As Ryalma thought that, Conan began to release magic power. Having sensed that with his magic perception, Ryalma was able to understand that the magic power Conan released filled her 2 bracelets. "Don't use magic tools. Let's go." As she said that, Conan shot off like a bullet toward Ryalma. "I have plenty of margin to deal with her, but she's a lot faster than expected." "I take that, ha!" Conan. As Ryalma deal with Conan's consecutive attacks, he began analyzing the situation. Honestly speaking, she doesn't have a lot of skill behind her attacks. She seems to have practiced the basics a lot, but as expected, she's fast. Also, on top of being a member of the Dog Beastman tribe known for their high physical skills, she's probably also using physical strengthening magic. Conan shouldn't be able to use magic, so it's probably the effect of those 2 bracelets she has. Moreover, oops, that was dangerous. Conan. Ryalma aimed for the opening in between Conan's consecutive strikes, but just like Ryalma did a while ago, she jumped back and dodged. Conan wasn't able to predict Ryalma's move, but she was somehow able to barely dodge and defend against Ryalma's attack. Conan-san seems to have good eyes and reflexes. It seems she dodged my attack after seeing it. She's able to follow my attacks with her eyes, and although she's just barely managing to, she's able to deal with my feints. Sora, here, Ryalma decided to try something out. He wielded his katana with only one hand and struck it out, getting Conan's attention to one side. As he did that, he took his remaining free hand and struck lightly from Conan's blind spot at her side. Not yet. Ryalma's fist didn't seem to have had much effect as Conan immediately began her counter-attack. But because of the attack from her blind spot easily being able to hit her, Ryalma was able to understand that Conan's strength actually resulted from her good eyes and the magic tools that she had equipped. Moreover, although he was holding back, the fist he struck out at Conan's side before would normally have plenty of effect. The fact that had little to no effect on her meant that she was in fact in possession of a magic tool imbued with physical strengthening. And then, just as Ryalma expected, Conan fought by activating the 2 magic tools on her arms. She might have talent, but she still has a long way to go. With the magic tool she's D-no, taking her ability into consideration, she should be E rank. Without the magic tools, then F rank. She's plenty strong enough to deal with goblins. Now let me try putting out a bit more strength from here on. 5 minutes later. Ice, flame lance, again. Elia, that's strange. Our magic is completely being crushed. Michelle Ryalma stopped testing them a little and started pushing harder against the 5 girls. The 2 vanguards fought tooth and nail with Ryalma, keeping him from attacking the 3 girls at the back. Support continued to come from the girls at the back, but the magic they fired were all stopped by Ryalma's own magic. They were at their limits. "I know Ryalma's crazy strong, but what the hell is that?" From the right. At Miyabi's words, the 3 girls who had gathered into one spot moved to the right, dodging Ryalma's magic. Since the match had begun, these 3 girls hadn't separated from each other. If they were to scatter and fight separated, then Kanan and Riera wouldn't be able to protect them. The one shooting the most magic amongst the 3 is the one with the most magic power, Elia. As soon as space is made between Ryalma and the 2 vanguards, Elia would fire off her magic to support the 2 girls. Miyabi and Michelle also used their magic, but because they didn't have Elia's magic power, they couldn't fire as recklessly as she did. HAFU. Stun arrow. Kanan began to show signs of fatigue, while Ryalma still looked to have plenty of stamina left. Kanan reached her limits, but before she could get cut down, Riera's electric magic came flying at Ryalma, allowing Kanan to step back as Ryalma had to dodge the attack. This time it was Riera's turn to exchange blows with Ryalma. Like this, the 2 vanguards substituted with each other to keep Ryalma at bay. The power Ryalma is demonstrating is already sufficient to suppress an average D-rank adventurer party, but Kanan and the others are persistently enduring. Ryalma could defeat them if he wanted, but seeing them try so hard, he decided to keep this up to see how long they would persist. Around that time, the people watching started cheering for the 5 girls. "Do your best, Spectator 1. You're doing great, girls." Spectator 2. "Go at him with the intention to kill." Spectator. At some point in the match, the spectators started cheering for the 5 girls. However, the only ones who could hear their cheer were the other spectators, Sebasu and Ryalma, who was fighting with strength to spare. The girls who were being cheered were far too caught up in the fight to have the luxury to spare. They couldn't hear anything from the spectators at all. "It's always like this, but still, no one really cheers for me, huh? Well, at least no one's booing." As Ryalma was thinking that, Elia and Miyabi casted their magic, and Michelle called out Riera and Kanan's name in a loud voice. After that, she made some sort of signal with her hand, and the 2 girls wordlessly nodded. The girls were clearly planning something. Ryalma could bring out his full power here and crush the vanguards before they pulled off whatever they were scheming, but Ryalma decided to wait and see what they would do instead. After a few seconds of keeping vigil, Riera's movement suddenly changed. "Ha! Riera, her movement is different from before. Is she planning to finish it here?" She slashed down, she slashed up, she cut sideways, and she slashed diagonally. Although she was fighting fiercely before, it still seemed steady, but right now it was as if she was desperate. It was a sort of unyielding style that seemed to want to throw everything at Ryalma. "You would even use shield bash." Ryalma, I. Kanan. At this moment in time, Riera joined the fray to aid her, and at the same time, Elia released a large amount of magic power. Even the spectators who were seemed to have felt a part of that power. What Ryalma saw left many of the magicians glued to the scene. They couldn't help but raise a commotion at what was taking place before their eyes. In the next moment, Ryalma Elia's magic power wrapped itself around Ryalma and then transformed itself into pressure. "My body is heavy. My movement is being suppressed." Ryalma tried to lighten the weight with his qigong, putting emphasis on defense and evasion, but his body became heavier instead. Considering Elia's continuing to release magic power a curse? No, a curse would normally have a peculiar melancholy about it. There's no such thing here. Moreover, it feels like I'm being held by something heavy. If so, then, telekinesis, huh? Ryalma. The moment Ryalma worded that, a color of impatience appeared on the faces of Riera and Kanan, who were both in front of him. Neutral magic telekinesis. It's a kind of magic that exhibits power only on the target through the use of neutral magic power. It's generally used for transportation. The bigger and heavier the object to transport is, the greater the magic power consumption. Moreover, the consumption of magic power is extremely high as the caster needs to continuously pour out magic power to use it. Except for special situations, there are barely any people who use it. It's a different story for Elia, who has a colossal amount of magic power. She's able to hold down Ryalma through the sheer brute force of her magic power. Ryalma resisted directly. Telekinesis. Ryalma, I won't lose. Ryalma forced back Elia's restraint with his own magic power. A battle between Ryalma and Elia's magic power began. Their respective magic power rivals each other's, but because Ryalma was better at controlling his magic power, he was gradually able to lift the load off his body. However, Riera, who was currently in front of Ryalma, wasn't just going to stand and wait for him to finish removing Elia's restraint. Riera rushed up to Ryalma, and she used the sword in her right hand to slash diagonally up from her left. Ryalma tried to bring up the katana he had in his left, but Elia brought her power up to maximum output, stopping Ryalma in his tracks. Moreover, the target of her attack wasn't Ryalma's entire body. Rather, she focused it at Ryalma's left hand that was hodling the katana. The other parts can move. The only heavy part is my left hand. In fact, it actually hurts a bit. If I hadn't used my qigong, my bones would have probably broken. While Ryalma's left hand couldn't move, Riera's sword approached. Ryalma gave up on his left hand, and he softly brought down his right hand and moved it as if he were drawing a circle. His hand met with Riera's right wrist, propping it up and averting the sword away. As Riera swung downward, Ryalma grabbed her wrist, entered into Riera's right flank, and keeping up that momentum, he rotated around her to her back. In order to prevent her back from being taken, Riera turned to her right, turning counterclockwise as she tried to face Ryalma as she pulled her right arm that was currently being grabbed. But at that moment, Ryalma went against Riera's movement. He took a step, spun his body to the left as he pushed out his arm, and as his wrist went past Riera's shoulder, he was able to take her back. Meanwhile, because Riera tried to shake off the hand that had grabbed her arm too much, her center of balance was focused too much on her back and her posture broke, like that she was thrown. Riera! When Elia saw Ryalma throw Riera, her concentration was cut, and in her anxiety for Riera's safety, she screamed out. Because of this, Ryalma's left arm was freed. Move! The other vanguard, Kanan, was headed for Ryalma. She struck out with all of her strength, but with a paper-thin difference her attack was dodged. The next thing that entered her eyes was the backside of the blade of Ryalma's katana. In the next instant, a dull sound resounded. How tilde ku, Kanan, Kana, ch, as Riera, who was just thrown a while ago, began to rose up. She sent a side glance to Kanan upon hearing her pained voice at being hit by the back of Ryalma's katana. At that moment, Ryalma came rushing at Riera. The other three girls rained magic on Ryalma, but Ryalma wouldn't stop. Riera managed to block two of Ryalma's attacks after fixing her posture, but the third strike allowed her chin to meet with the pommel of Ryalma's katana. She fell to the ground. At that, Sebasu decalred. Kanan-san and Riera-san has withdrawn from the fight. Saying only those words, Sebasu used his dimension magic, and in the next instant he took the girls outside of the battle area, and then he returned to his spot as a referee. The match has yet to end. Only, now, the girls no longer have their Vanguards Volume 4, Chapter 13 TL note. The chapters were moved a day later for this week due to me being a bit too busy. Because of that, I won't be able to post the extra chapter today either, so I'll be posting the extra chapter these coming days before I leave for my trip. If you haven't seen my tweet, I'll be gone from Friday to Sunday, so no chapter then. Volume 4, Chapter 13 match, last part. After losing their two vanguards, only the three rear guards were left. The girls had no chance of winning in a melee, but we haven't lost yet. Miyabi will fight until the end. Elia. Michelle, I got it. Elia was feeling bad because she lost her focus, allowing Ryalma to break through and defeat their two vanguards. But the other remaining two girls brought her back into the match. The situation was grim, but the girls hadn't lost their will to fight just yet. Seeing that, Ryalma smiled. Right. It'd be disappointing if you were to give up here. As Ryalma was about to engage the three, Michelle and Miyabi's voice resounded. Wind cutter, Michelle, flame bomb. Miyabi, a blade of wind and a ball of exploding flame shot at Ryalma. Earth wall, hardening. Ryalma erected a wall of earth, blocking the wind of blade, and with the wall reinforced, he was also able to block against the explosion of the flame bomb. Seeing that Ryalma was hidden behind the wall, the three girls decided to back off to make some distance. In pursuit, Ryalma jumped out from behind the wall. One more time. Flame bomb. Miyabi shot a ball of flame against Ryalma, who was chasing after them, but Ryalma leapt to his left, avoiding the blast radius. Earth needle. Michelle aimed for the moment right after Ryalma dodged, and she fired needles of stones from the ground toward Ryalma. But Ryalma only cut those down with his katana. As the distance between them gradually shortened, Elia, who still had plenty of magic power to spare, began to release her magic power. With the expression on her face serious, she seemed to be completely absorbed in her magic. Sweat even seemed to trickle down her face. Telekinesis again. This time before you cast it, Ryalma filled his legs with strength, but just as he was about to try and close the distance in one leap, he was intercepted. We won't let you, Michelle, get any further than this. Michelle and Miyabi, who were both standing beside Elia, walked a few steps forward and took out 4 wooden plates about the size of a telephone card from their bosom and threw them. The 2 thrown by Miyabi dodged Ryalma, falling behind him, while Michelle's fell on the ground right in front of him. Magic power, magic tools. Ryalma, having felt magic power from those plates, Ryalma stopped moving. The 4 plates that fell on the ground began to shine red and brown. Then the 2 plates that fell in front of him changed the surrounding area, about a meter from where the plates were, into a pitfall. The 2 plates behind him shot out of balls of flame, creating a sound resembling that of firecrackers, but that's all they did. From the strength of those fireballs and from the magic power, Ryalma immediately concluded that they were no danger to him. However, during the opening made by those plates, Elia was finally able to make her move. I'm going. Firestorm. Elia, the fire magic she casted was the advanced fire attribute magic, Firestorm. Although it was much smaller compared to her grandfather, Rainbach, who was an expert at fire magic, it was still big enough to swallow about 4 or 5 people within the blaze of its flames. As the vortex of fire began to scatter its heat into the surrounding area, it tried to swallow Ryalma into it. So you're now able to use advanced magic, although it seems you're still not used to it. Blizzard, Ryalma, as Ryalma worded his thoughts upon seeing Elia cast that vortex of flame, he casted a slightly weaker blizzard. Firestorm is a vortex of flame, while blizzard is a ferocious snowstorm. Beads of ice and a chill cold enough to freeze one's body clashed with that vortex of flame. In less than a few seconds, nothing but mist remained of the 2 magic. The 3 girls immediately tried to cast another set of magic, but Ryalma didn't give them a chance to. Teleport. Ryalma, Miyabi, and Michelle were guarding the front, so Ryalma used his dimension magic to teleport right behind Elia. Kyle. As soon as he teleported, Ryalma lightly hit Elia with the back of his katana. It was only after getting hit that Elia finally realized that Ryalma was there behind her. With no methods of escape, she helplessly received the brunt of Ryalma's attack. It was only because of Elia's yelp upon being hit that the other 2 girls who were standing ahead noticed Ryalma. But by the time they noticed him, Ryalma had already passed by Elia's left flank and was in the middle of attacking Michelle. The turn of events was just too sudden. Michelle couldn't react at all. "I'm not gonna let you." Miyabi was able to react a little faster than Michelle, and she intercepted Ryalma. But the most she was able to do was ram her body against Michelle to push her out of the way, resulting in her getting hit by the katana instead. Moreover, because she suddenly jumped in, she unfortunately took the blade to her face. Ryalma immediately lessened the strength, but her face ended up hurting quite a bit. Anxious, Ryalma used his mega heal on Miyabi as he lightly hit the back of her head with the back of his katana. Right after, Miyabi was declared defeated and treatment of her injuries began. She only had some bruises and a nose bleed, so her wounds should heal quickly. After that, Elia and Miyabi were made to withdraw by Sebasu. Ryalma looked at Michelle, who had been pushed out of the way by Miyabi. Michelle came over to talk to Ryalma. No, rather than talk, it would be more apt to say that she voiced out her impressions of the match. "As expected, you're really strong. You were fighting 5 of us, and yet now the only one left is me. Michelle, it's because I'm an adventurer. I wouldn't be able to do my job if I weren't strong." Ryalma, well, that's true. Michelle's unenthusiastic conduct might have looked like she had already admitted defeated, but Ryalma thought different. Looks like she's not going to accept her loss just yet. Now, just what is she scheming, I wonder? As Ryalma thought that, he spoke a few words to Michelle. "Will you surrender?" Ryalma, nope. If I were to surrender here, the other 4 will get mad at me, but I don't think I'll be able to win alone against Ryalma. I don't have a plan either. So, Michelle, as she finished saying that, she took out 4 more plates like the ones she took out before out of her robe. She filled those with magic power and threw them against Ryalma. There's no other way than to fight and have an honorable defeat. Michelle, so she's made up her mind. One of the plates that were thrown caused a small explosion in midair, while the other 3 made sounds resembling firecrackers just like the ones from before. Ryalma was wary of the plates as he had seen them used just a while ago, but rock bullet. Ryalma, as he had noticed that magic formations had been drawn over the surface of the plates, Ryalma clad his katana in kai before the plates could even activate, and he struck them all down. Because of that, the plates couldn't show their strength, and they turned into nothing but mere wooden plates. These cards are one of the fruits of her research in magic formation. She created these things to be usable in combat, so they're made out of wood and designed such that they'd be easy to throw. One can activate these things by filling them magic power, and the resulting effect depends on the magic formation drawn. But that's only when the magic formation is safe. If the magic formation is broken before it can activate, then the magic power can only scatter away and vanish. The knowledge Ryalma got from the documents he inherited from his grandmother somehow proved useful today. But it seems that Michelle predicted that Ryalma would be able to see through the weakness of her plates, as she didn't seem to be bothered in the slightest. As Ryalma drew closer, she threw more of her wooden plates. Of course, it was dealt with by Ryalma. But as Ryalma neared enough to reach Michelle with his katana, Michelle did something unexpected. "Paralyze mist." Michelle calmly chanted those words as she summoned a paralyzing mist with poison magic. Ryalma held his breath, and just in case, he chantlessly casted the antidote magic. Antidote to counteract the poison magic. He also used the preventive magic, vaccine. After that, he couldn't help but be surprised at the sudden turn of events as he muttered within his thoughts to himself. To think she would actually go this far. Ryalma, the moment the poison mist covered Ryalma, it also covered Michelle herself. I did think she would fight to the end, but to think she would actually commit suicide. At most maybe a simultaneous hit, but I would never do something like this even though I have poison resistance. Normally, you'd use magic in a way that it wouldn't hurt you. But Michelle used herself as a decoy and created a poison mist while fully knowing she'd get caught up in it. As a result, she was able to successfully enshroud Ryalma within the poison mist. Storm! Ryalma immediately casted an intermediate wind magic and blew the poison mist up into the sky. When the mist had cleared up, Michelle, having inhaled the poison mist she created, fell over. With this you won't be able to fight anymore. Ryalma R.I. Michelle spoke when the referee, Sebasu, came over to confirm the situation, but because of the poison, she was visibly weak. The winner of this duel is Ryalma-sama. Sebasu the fallen Michelle, and Ryalma who stood up on his own 2 legs, still able to move. The victor was clear as day, but Sebasu still declared the results in a loud voice, upon which a great chorus of cheers erupted for Michelle. "You did great, girl," Spectator 1. "Your friends too," Spectator 2. "You all did well, consider Ryalma was your opponent." Spectator 3. As those cheers rained down on them, Elia and Miyabi rushed over to Michelle. "Michelle, are you all right?" Elia: "I'm all right, I'm just a bit paralyzed." "Michelle, you don't sound convincing at all." Miyabi Elia anxiously checked on Michelle's condition. Michelle tried to say she was all right, but Miyabi denied her, saying she wasn't. "You 3 sure get along. I need to fix her up, so excuse me a bit." Ryalma interjected into the 3's conversation, and with the palm of his hand he touched Michelle's forehead. Antidote. Ryalma filled Michelle's body with the poison-type magic power, neutralizing the poison she had swallowed. After a few seconds, Michelle was able to move her body freely again, so she stood up. "Phew, thank you, I'm feeling better already. I was wondering why Ryalma didn't fall, but I guess it was thanks to this, huh?" Michelle: "Yes. It's magic meant to remove the effects of poison-type magic. Do you feel strange anywhere?" Ryalma: "Nope, not at all. Thank you." "By the way, Riera and Kanan are." Michelle: "Riera lost consciousness, so she was sent to the clinic just in case." Elia and Kanan went to accompany her. Miyabi: "Then in that case, let's go to the clinic first." Michelle: "Right. It'll be better to talk after Riera's woken up too." Ryalma: "Like this, they ended up meeting with Kanan and the others by the clinic. As they began to move out, Ryalma said, "Sorry about this, but could you all go to the clinic ahead of me? I need to do some light repairs on the training area." Ryalma: "The wall of earth that Ryalma erected and the magic formation plates that Michelle and the others used to create holes could be seen here and there." "Then I'll help too. I specialize in earth magic after all." Michelle: "Let me help too." Miyabi: "You allowed us to use the facility here, so let me help too." Elia: "Ryalma didn't have any particular reason to refuse them, so he agreed to let the girls help." After they fixed the area a bit, they went to the clinic. Volume 4, Chapter 14 TL Note. "Sorry for the lack of updates, guys. I've been really busy. I still have 2 weeks of school left before my long break, so the schedule might still be a bit iffy. This chapter counts for the Monday chapter before my trip, which was not a vacation BTW, it was for school. I'll also give you guys an extra chapter to compensate for the delays in the sponsored chapter, so yeah. I'll slowly roll the chapters out as I do my requirements and prepare for my finals. Also, I changed the theme to dark now. Please let me know whether you'd rather have the site dark or bright by voting in this poll. Click here for poll. Unfortunately, the button to switch themes takes too much resources as it won't work with the cache plugin. And without the cache plugin, the site will die every time I post a chapter. Anyway, enjoy. Volume 4, Chapter 14. Reflection meeting. After cleaning the area, I went with the others to go to the clinic. As I quietly opened the door to the clinic, the first thing I saw was the doctor in charge. After that, 8 beds could be seen lined up to the right with only curtains dividing them. There are healers who use healing magic, but they're generally waiting by a corner of the training area, ready to fix an injured person up as soon as they get injured. The patients who normally come here are either people with small wounds or people with big wounds that would take a lot of time to heal even with healing magic. Other than that, the only patients that are sent here are patients like Riera-san who fainted or emergency cases. There are a lot of students who come to the training facility. but the beds here are barely being used. After asking the doctor where Riera-san was sleeping, we found out that she was sleeping at the bed furthest into the room. We also found out that her consciousness had also already long recovered. I had Elia and the others go first, telling them to call us once it's all right for me and Sebasu-san to enter as well. Excuse me. Oh, please don't force yourself. Ryama, as we entered, Riera-san tried to get up, but I stopped her. She did just recover from fainting, so it'd be best for her to remain lying down a little longer. Riera-san, is your body okay? Ryama, it's all right. I've dealt with something on this level plenty of times during practice with my dad and my older brothers. That aside, how did the match go after I fainted? Riera, I suppose that comes first, huh? With that, I gave a detailed explanation of how I won and how far the three rearguards went. I understand. Thank you for the explanation. Ryama Dono, if you don't mind, could you please tell us how strong we are? Riera-san said that as she looked straight at me. The other four were also looking at me, so I gave my thoughts on the match. Honestly speaking, you all did far better than expected. With more experience, Riera-san's and Kanan-san's swordsmanship as well as Elia's and the others' magic together should allow you all to form a party with the strength of a D rank. Ryama, can I hear the reason? Riera, first, the three rearguards' magic had sufficient firepower behind them, especially Elia's firestorm. If that were to hit, then it should be able to deal even with a C-rank magical beast. And even a B-rank magical beast, unless it's highly resistant to fire, won't get out unharmed. Unfortunately, the three girls can't fight in close quarters, and their movements are a lot slower than the other two. Because of that, they have to be protected by the two vanguards just like you did in the match just now. Ryama here. I paused for a moment, and then I continued. The vanguard, Riera-san, is already strong enough to be a D rank in my opinion, and Kanan-san could also show plenty of strength with that magic tool of hers. But because they have to protect the three rearguards, they can't focus on the fight. Moreover, because of that need to protect the backline, it's easy to find one at a disadvantage when fighting multiple opponents. There are humans and even magical beasts that fight in groups after all. Lastly, due to your lack of experience, despite being strong individually and being able to cooperate with each other, there are plenty of openings that can be used. Because of all that, I categorized your group under D rank. Ryama, the girls were able to assent after hearing my words. It seems they were actually prepared regarding the matter of their weakness. We have a similar opinion actually. We did suffer a lot during the practical tests back in the academy after all. Michelle, but even when we tried to find a way to fix things, we couldn't really do much even with a sword on hand. Elia, and if we can't focus, the strength of our magic will also decline. Miyabi, you're all already plenty good as magicians, so how about stretching yourselves a bit? Ryama, there's also the saying that there's a right person for every job though, and thinking about it again, Miyabi-san is a merchant, Michelle-san is a researcher, and Kanan-san is a magic tool craftsman. And although Elia's good at magic, she's the young lady of the Duke's house. The only one that really seems to be really pursuing strength among them is Riera-san, who is aspiring to become a knight. Well, in any case, with this they're at least strong enough to fit a D rank. It's best not to rush and just progress at your own pace. You've all surprised me plenty in our match just now anyway. Ryama, really? Michelle, yes. The two vanguards were strong too, but I was in quite a pinch when Elia sealed my movements with telekinesis. Oh right, there was something I wanted to tell you, Elia. Ryama, what is it? Elia, telekinesis is good at stopping people, but if your control slips, it can be quite dangerous. Especially when you focused on my left arm. If it weren't for the fact that it was strengthened, my bones would have definitely broken. Also, because it uses up a lot of magic power, it can make you easy to spot even in forests where it's normally hard to see each other, so please be careful. Ryama, really? Is your arm all right? When Elia heard my words, she panicked. My arm was strengthened, so there was no problem. Then again, I could just used healing magic if it broke. That aside, weren't you aware, Ryalma, we just thought of using telekinesis last night. Riera didn't seem to have any problems when we tried it out on her. So she wasn't used to it. I guess that's probably why she almost broke my arm when I resisted, and she ended up using all of her strength. I'm really sorry. Elia, it's fine so long as you take care when using it against others. Besides, it is still a fairly good way of using it after all, and it's perfect for someone like you who struggles with magic control. Aim for the neck in a real battle, and it can become a formidable weapon. Ryalma, by the time I finished saying that, Elia seemed to have finally pulled herself together. Seeing that, I shifted the topic to the magic formation plates. That issue aside, I was quite surprised by those plates that had magic formations drawn on them. To think those things could actually have that sort of effect. Ryalma, I handpicked the ones that might prove to be useful from all my research. They were able to stop you for a moment, but in the end, you were able to find out their weakness. Michelle, I should teach her how to deal with that. You can use poison magic, right? Ryalma, right. I specialize in earth magic the most, but poison comes next. Michelle, can you use smoke? Ryalma, smoke is an elementary poison magic. It's a magic that summons a smoke screen to block vision. And no, it doesn't actually have any poison. I can. Michelle, then I recommend you use smoke first before throwing your magic formation plates. If you do that, even if your opponent does sense that you threw something filled with magic power, it'll take him time to find out that what you threw was actually a plate with a magic formation drawn on it. After all, I was only able to come up with a countermeasure after I found out that it was a magic formation that I was dealing with. Ryalma, right. It makes it harder to aim with magic, so I completely forgot about smoke. But now that you mention it, it certainly could buy more time. Michelle, it's probable. Also about that paralyzed mist you used at the last moment. They're a magical beast immune to poison and people that are resistant to it, so it's best if you refrain from using it. If you're unlucky, you'll only end up hurting yourself. Ryalma, just like a while ago, right? Michelle-san, Riley smiled a bit when she said that. Then continuing, she asked, come to think of it, where did you learn that antidote spell? After thinking about it, I realize it's actually my first time hearing about it. Could it be a secret magic? If so, then I won't press the issue. Michelle, antidote is a rare magic, so it seems she's misunderstanding a bit. It's magic written in one of the books I inherited from my grandmother, but while it might not be the most common of spells, it's certainly not a secret magic by any means. It's just something that was mentioned in an old book. It's not a secret or anything. It utilizes poison attribute magic power by allowing it to fill the body to neutralize the poison and the bad poison magic power. The image is a bit difficult, so whether you can actually use it or not depends on you. Ryalma, it should be fine even if I don't teach her the preventive magic vaccine for now. That's an original magic I made based on the antidote magic, so if she can't use antidote, then she won't be able to learn that either. And here I thought it was healing magic. To think that it was actually poison magic. If a chance ever presents itself, I'd like to ask for a rematch. Michelle looks like her spirit's been roused. As I glanced away from Michelle-san, I saw Riera-san, seemingly deep in thought. When I did, Riera-san almost immediately noticed my gaze. Is there something on my face, Ryalma Dono? Riera, no, it just seemed like you were thinking of something. Ryalma, when I said that, Riera-san said this with a serious expression on her face. Actually, I was thinking of receiving instruction from here during my extended vacation. Riera, oh, why all of the sudden? And aren't you in the middle of a trip right now? Ryalma, Riera-san went quiet for a moment before she slowly began to talk. Actually, I was scolded by my brothers just a few days ago. Riera, apparently. Riera-san met up with her two older brothers who are both working as knights in the capital in order to study. She did this before leaving for Gimyuru. However, right after her short time with them, her brother told her, "What on earth have you been doing these past 3 years?" The second son, my older brother Riol, told me that my skills have gotten duller. He said that the way I am right now, I'm better off just giving up whatever aspirations I have of becoming a knight. The eldest, Riol, on the other hand, said that my skill hadn't gotten duller and had in fact gotten better. However, there wasn't much of a difference compared to how I was 3 years ago. Riera looks like the training at the academy was a lot easier than the training at the Clifford house, so it wasn't sufficient for Riera-san's purposes. She doesn't seem to have lacked in her self-training, but just that, and continuous body training for 3 years, with the real training only starting on the fourth. I wonder what kind of training the academy gave them. One of the objectives I had in this trip was to try and gain some sort of insight from watching the matches at the arena. I had heard that a tournament was going to open shortly, so I thought a lot of strong people would come. Riera, I see. And so after challenging me to a duel, you decided to gain some training here. Ryama, yes. And if you have the time, I'd like to exchange pointers with you again. Riera-san spoke those words with a steadfast gaze. I don't have any particular reason to refuse her. She's not the type to stir up trouble either, right? Then I guess I could give her a hand. This training facility is open to anyone that seeks training. So long as you apply, you'll able to receive lessons. I'll help you as much as I can too. Only my lessons will be quite strict. Ryama, thank you. A strict teacher is exactly what I want. Riera, as she said that, she went down the bed, stood up, and bowed her head to me. Thank you for your guidance and the rigorous training you'll be giving me from now on. Also, it's difficult for me to be receiving so much favors, so if there's anything I can do for you, please feel free to ask. Riera, I think I'll take her up on that. For starters, how about having her carry some of my luggage? It'll help build strength too. After that, the other four also asked to receive training, and I agreed to their request as well. A little later, Riera-san mentioned that she was feeling better already, so we decided to end the tour here and go home. I've already shown them the places I wanted to show them, and I also need to think of what sort of training I'll be giving them anyway. And although I will be training them, I have a job to do tomorrow, so I won't have time tomorrow. Every week there will be 2 days where I won't be able to accommodate them due to work and errands, so during those times, I'll just have them attended the lessons at the training facility. On the way home in the carriage, I asked them what sort of lessons they wish to take. I want to study swordsmanship. Riera, do you remember the instructor I talked to before we started our match? That person, Barbitson, is the one in charge for teaching swordsmanship. He's a former knight, so I'm sure he'll do just fine for Riera-san's training. So with Riera-san receiving Barbitson's training, what will the other four be doing? Ryama, I want to study fire and ice magic. Elia, as for me, I want fire and poison magic. Miyabi, for me, I guess I'll take poison magic after all, but it's a rare opportunity, so I'd like to learn some other attribute as well. Michelle-san seems to be anxious. I'd like to learn how to use a twin sword fighting style. Kanan, there are also lessons for ornament making, but Ryama, it might not be useful for me in the future, but I want to train my fighting abilities just like everyone else. As for ornament making, I'd be grateful if I could just borrow a workshop and practice by myself. Kanan, if that's what she's decided, then I guess it's fine. I personally would rather that she be able to keep her good eyes after all. I've decided. So Michelle-san's decided. I'll study all the magic attributes while focusing on earth and poison magic. Michelle, you want to take lessons in all magic attributes? Ryama, yep. Actually, I have all magic attribute affinity, but my specialty so far only involves earth and poison magic. And then I've dabbled a little in wind and fire magic. It's not possible to study more than 3 attributes back in the academy, so I'd like to study them while I have the chance. Michelle, when I asked her if the school had such a rule, she replied with an, "Of course." Because of the limits in magic power, studying more than one attribute would result in less practice overall, requiring more time before one is able to reach mastery. I forgot about that issue because I don't have that sort of problem. In my case, the problem is more in exhausting my magic power. My magic power is really big, so it's not easy to exhaust it all even if I want to. When I said that, everyone's gaze except for Eli and Sebasu grew a little cold. Ryomakun says the same thing Elia does. Kanan, in the world of magicians, magicians would normally go to a labyrinth to speed up their magic recovery, while the nobles would use magic recovery potions, but with these two. Riera must be nice having such luxurious worries. Miyabi, Elia aside, Ryomakun, just how much magic power do you have? Last night, Elia mentioned you having magic power similar to hers 3 years ago, and since you were able to push back her telekinesis, you must definitely have magic power proportionate to hers. Michelle, as I wryly smiled at the other four's words, I answered, "It's about 280,000. Ryoma, 280,000. Kanan, isn't it bigger than mine now? Elia, I put up the buildings and the roads we passed through, and I also practiced and researched on my magic a lot, so I've always been using it to the limits. When I had some left over, I would just release the magic power. Ryoma, the released magic power would then be feed for the slimes, so it wasn't wasted. Elia was proud to hear that I had increased my magic power, but the other four were so shocked, their facial expressions stopped moving. As for Sebasu-san, he already knew of my magic power, so he was taking it quite calmly. A little while after that, the conversation fully shifted to magic, and then eventually the lessons that I teach. Ryomakun, you're also an instructor, right? What do you teach, Kanan? Is it swordsmanship after all, Riera, or maybe magic? Michelle, actually, as of now, it's neither. In the past, I would teach either, but with the increase in instructors, I don't teach anymore. Nowadays, I'm mostly only called to break the noses of some arrogant students that either came from some other place, have some sort of ability, or just simply grew arrogant after some time. I mostly just help around nowadays when called. The last time I participated in a match at the training facility was actually 2 months ago. Ryoma, arrogant students are put in place to remind them of their inexperience by having them repeat a match where they are defeated over and over again. The knights of this country do the same thing. But of course, it's not good to hurt them too much. There might be healing magic to deal with their physical injuries, but the agony and the fatigue left behind by the pain in their minds won't be erased. Because of that, there are students who, after being beaten and healed over and over, have their mind break along with their nose, causing them to come out scared. All the instructors take care not to psychologically scar the students, so there are barely any such cases. But the training is harsh, so there have been quite a number of students that were driven away. We don't forcefully keep students that don't want to continue anymore, so nothing exactly is stopping them from leaving. But if possible, I'd like to see them all finish the curriculum. Oops, not good, I'm digressing again. As of now, I provide lessons on how to make a magic staff once a week. Do any of you wish to take it? You'll know whether a staff is good or bad, and there are also parts related to magic, so I'm sure the knowledge you gain will serve you well. Ryoma, as the 5 of them were interested, it was decided that they'll attend the next session on magic staff making. As we approached the town, Elia suddenly remembered something as she said, Ryoma-san, won't you participate in the arena? Elia, Ryoma-dono, you're good at sword and magic, so surely you must have also dreamt of winning a championship at an arena, right? Riera, it's because I don't actually have any interest in championships. Wait, isn't Riera-san misunderstanding something? Riera-san, Could it be that you think that the tournament being held is to compare one's skill in sword or magic? Ryalma, is that not it? It's a tournament, so I figured it would be a martial arts tournament, but Riera, the tournament being held this time is a tournament between conjurers and slave demon magicians. Contests of martial arts and magic are common, so to do something different, the management of the arena gathered the people of the Tamer Guild. Ryalma, I've broken relations with the Tamer Guild, so naturally, I wasn't notified. I only found out when I went to the arena to check on my store. Oh, Riera, well, there are no cons to learning about the ecology of magical beasts, right? You definitely won't be wasting your time. Ryalma, as I encouraged Riera-san, who was feeling rather down, we arrived at Gimuru. We passed by the gate and handed in the girl's application for the training facility, and then I distributed the permit to enter the facility to everyone. With this, the girls will now be able to take lessons from the facility. Incidentally, Sebasu-san will be teaching water magic to the students while the girls are taking their lessons. After that, I saw Elia and the others to their lodging. Ryalma-san, thank you very much for today. Elia, you're welcome. Let's meet again the day after tomorrow. Ryalma, I dropped the girls in front of their lodging and then headed back home with Rai. Tomorrow sure gonna be a busy day. Volume 4, Chapter 15 TL Note. Finals and last week this week, so missing chapters and extra chapters will be dealt with the following week. I woke up when the light was still dim and the sun had yet to rise to train my body lightly. After that, I ate my breakfast, and then I took the big space slime that can use dimension magic with me to a room in the house. Although it was within my house, the distance we had to travel was quite far. It's because I built a lot of facilities for experimenting as well as to house my slimes and help me use up my magic power each day. The lot size is about 150 hectares, but as of now, I've already used up over half of the mountain range. Also, although I say use, all I really did was change the tunnels that were already there into a number of square-shaped rooms. The build of the facilities I created were all plain and simple. Save for the facilities that are being used for experiments, the rooms were mostly storage rooms. Another exception would be the tunnels by the sides of the house I built when I first started living at the mine. I figured the students might use the training facilities there back then, so I designed the rooms there better than the others. Deep inside those training facilities is a goblin farm. There are 8 big rooms that are connected to passageways that can be closed and opened. 4 of those rooms are inhabited by 200 goblins each, totaling to 800 goblins. These goblins are fed, and when their population grows, the surplus is used as food for the slimes or as experimental subjects. Even deeper past the breeding grounds are 2 demarcations. One is for experimenting and another for manufacturing. And then lastly, there's the field. So there's a workshop for me to experiment and create things. And then there's also a place for me to store ingredients and completed products. Also, around the fields there's another group of goblins that's different from the ones I'm breeding. I made a deal with these goblins to let them live by the fields in exchange for their service in doing some easy work around the fields, as well as gathering the crops. I also tried raising orcs in the past, but unfortunately, although their sexual desire was strong, they couldn't multiply quickly. Moreover, although they were strong, they refused to listen to orders. I know it's a little questionable to have the goblins work for me and at the same time have them serve as feeds, but I've already killed a lot of goblins. And I'll also have to kill goblins if my adventurer work requires it, so something like, "Let's not kill goblins again," is not something I can say. That's why I thought I should at least make the living environment of the goblins that are working better. Because of that, I've been mostly feeding them the food from the fields. And when it's not enough, I even go out of my way to buy some leafy vegetables from the market at the town and feed that to them. I also get some wine for them once a week. I also make sure to give the goblins that are meant for breeding enough to eat. They can live with just a little food, but I do my best to ensure they have their fill. We're here. Ryalma, the place we arrived at, is a corner in the manufacturing area where the products to be brought out are stored. By the corner of this storeroom are king grave slimes that have stored the corpses of goblins that has already had their blood drained. The king grave slimes are about the size of 2 drums even when compressed, so they can still be seen through the gaps in between the luggage. First comes the paper used in the research facilities and the vitamin pills. Then the dried corn used for making popcorn at the store by the arena, the potatoes, the onions, the sesame seeds, the bamboo, the iron, and the cursed ornaments. Okay, Ryalma, I put the items in the storeroom into the dimension home and the item box. I also borrowed the help of the big space slime. After I finished getting the things I needed, I took the big space slime and the king grave slime with me, and we headed for the research facility. As we entered the town, we stopped by a slime research facility at the back of the training facility. In front of me is a triangular building surrounded by 4 tall walls. It looked like a fortress. The building is about 3 stories high. The walls being high is a requirement by the law for magical beast research facilities inside a town. It's to ensure the safety of the citizens living nearby. Moreover, this building is situated 30 m away from the surrounding buildings. That empty space is covered by a park. The security is made to be lax as the park is also open to the public. Nothing can be done about the height of the walls, so at the very least, the security was lightened to allow the citizens visiting the park to be able to relax. As I greeted the security of the facility, I entered into the research facility and stopped by the receptionist's desk where an old man was waiting for me. "Good morning. Sorry for making you wait." "Ryalma, good morning, Chief." Old man, the man who is bowing deeply right in front of me is Paul Bilkins. He is the man responsible for managing the researchers of the slime research facility. He is able to immediately comprehend the things I teach him, allowing him to immediately distribute the work to his subordinates, gather the results, and report to me everything in detail. Also, because I also have other stores to deal with, I'm more the investor and advisor of this research facility rather than a manager. The first thing to be done after arriving here is the matter regarding the things that I've brought. The reception's desk that we are at now is the lowest part of this triangular building. Going left from here leads to the laboratory that studies the practical applications of the slimes. Going right leads to the lab that studies unknown slimes. I handed the paper, and the goblin feeds to the person in charge of their storerooms. There are few amongst the researchers who can contract a large number of slimes like me, so they can't have the slimes fuse together and become a big version or a huge version to save on food costs. That's why a majority of the goblins I'm breeding are being consumed by the research facility. The reason I'm able to contract a large number of slimes is because Gain and the others set my talent in slave magic to adapt to my interests. I'm extremely interested in slimes, so my talent in slave magic adapted itself for slime contracts. Thanks to that, I'm able to contract what is pretty much an infinite number of slimes, but I can also contract with other beasts, and I'm often told that I'm better than the common man at it. Also, according to Gain, I'm apparently compatible with magical beasts that have a tendency for crowding together. I'm also compatible with magical beasts that are weak individually. When I asked Kufo why, he said, "Weren't you always bad with people back in your previous life? Then isn't your affinity something that came about because of your admiration for those that are able to form bonds with crowds?" His words hit right at the heart of the matter of how I thought back in my previous life, so I couldn't deny it at all. I've always been envious of people who could get together happily with other people after all. Being told the truth with no malice behind it is a lot more painful than some poorly made lie. It was also in the middle of the banquet when I was told that, so I ended up drinking more liquor than normal. I couldn't get drunk at all though. Going back to the topic, my job isn't only to transport the goods to the storeroom. Here are the documents since last week. Researcher 1. Oil slime, wax slime, mold slime, and copy slime. These 4 types of slimes all possess the ability to generate lubricant liquid. We compared the liquids they produced, and as expected, although they all possess the same lubricant liquid generate skill, the characteristics of the liquid produced varies per type. Also, the abilities exhibited of 2 slimes of the same type apparently vary depending on the food they are fed before evolution. For example, Researcher 2, the slime evolutions are really varied. We are currently in the process of drawing up a tree chart for their evolution. Researcher 3, we've discovered another new slime. Researcher 4, I took the opportunity to go around the laboratories, receiving the reports of people as I did. The bureau director, Paul, has also written it down in the document he gave me, but I also wanted to see the actual results myself. Another one, there sure has been a lot of new slimes lately. Ryalma, I looked at the slime that was presented before me. This slime had just evolved, so the research surrounding it has only just begun as well. From the outside, it looks no different from a normal slime, so I used my monster identify skill. Jelly slime skill name level digestion LV4 absorption LV3 split LV20, a jelly slime. Wait a moment, just how on earth did they distinguish it from the others? It's rather difficult to distinguish from other slimes from just the appearance. What did you feed it? Ryalma slimes can look similar to each other despite being a different variant, so it's quite troubling. We fed it the bones of magical beasts and animals. We were looking to see if there were any other evolutions aside from the acid slime and the bone slime, and the result is this, the jelly slime. Researcher 4. It probably evolved from the collagen inside the bones. When this research facility was first founded, the first researches that were done were based mostly on my findings, which stated that slimes evolved differently depending on the food they ate. At this time, the researchers in the facility were only the people working at the laundromat, but then when the researchers tried it out, they were able to evolve slimes of different variants despite feeding them the same food. For example, slimes that were fed bones evolved into either an acid slime or a bone slime. And today, there's even the jelly slime. While it seems it's possible to make the slimes evolve, directing the slime's evolution with 100% certainty is quite difficult. To make matters worse, a large number of variants can apparently transform into the same type. A good example would be the slimes inside the monster carriage, the heater slime and the cooler slime, as either of those 2 slimes can transform into an airkin slime. This diversity in the evolution path of the slimes is one of the causes of the researchers' headaches. Still, a jelly slime, it's probably going to be used for food. As one would expect, the jelly in the jelly slime is the same jelly that's eaten. I've heard that jelly is generally made out of animal bones. Researcher 4, it's the collagen from inside the bones of animals. That ingredient is heated, which then turns it into gelatin, which is then used as the main ingredient for jellies. Ryalma well. Gelatin isn't only used in sweets though. As I was thinking that, Paul talked to me. So you really don't want to see slimes used as food ingredients. Paul, not really. It's not like they'll die anyway, so it's fine. Ryalma, the meat slime that Calkins, San evolved in the past, is also present in this research facility. It's a slime that evolved after being fed the meat of magical beasts continuously. The meat slime has 2 abilities, change meat quality and remember meat quality, allowing them to transform into a meat with similar quality to that of the meat they ate. The meat can be taken from them without killing them so long as their nucleus is left untouched. They can also regenerate their body so long as they don't eat poisoned meat. They can do this even with meat not consumable by people. It takes about 2 weeks for them to regenerate completely. Although I've been hunting other prey, I was a bit hesitant to use the meat slimes as food at first. But then I found out that the meat slime apparently doesn't feel any pain from it, so nowadays, I'm not really against it anymore. It's also better to just eat the meat that's already been gathered so as not to waste it. Not at all. It's because you don't see them like we do. You see them as your family or your friends and not just as research subjects, so it probably can't be helped. It's also because of that you have a different point of view regarding slimes, right? We couldn't even think of any other use for the meat slime other than for food supply. It was truly shameful on our part then. Paul, as soon as they found out that the meat slime's meat could be eaten, the researchers all thought to breed and study them in that light. But because I was against the idea of using them as food, I fed them the muscle of magical beasts, had them change their meat quality, and with the help of the bone slime, I found out that it was possible to use them to supplement muscles that weakened due to age. The effects were huge, and people became able to move like they did in their younger days. Because of that, a lot of people helped out in the experiments. The researchers all thought to use the meat slimes for food at first, but that's probably because they're still affected by the values of the research facility they worked at before. Because the perspective is different, Ryalma no girl's voice while I was in the middle of talking. A girl's screaming voice suddenly reached our ears, cutting my speech midway. Her scream was so loud it must have reached the entire facility. Of course, Paul, me, as well as everyone else in the surrounding area stopped in our tracks. This voice, Ryalma, it's Alicia again. Paul, for the meantime, let's follow the direction of her voice. Ryalma, we knew who it was as soon as we heard the voice. The owner of that voice was none other than the famous troublemaker of a female researcher, Alicia. She was the type to cause trouble wherever she went, and not because of ill will or anything, but because she's merely unlucky. It's not on purpose, so she doesn't get punished, but just what is it this time, I wonder? Paul, well, for the meantime, let's hurry. Ryalma, if I recall correctly, the first trouble she caused was when she tried to confirm my findings, and she tried feeding the slime rotten foods to turn it into a scavenger slime. But the result she got instead was that of a mold slime that ate molds. As a result, mold grew all over the storerooms in the laboratories. Then the last trouble she caused was when she fed the slimes bamboo charcoal and discovered the carbon slime. But then that carbon slime spit out powdered carbon, causing a dust explosion inside the facility. After the mold slime incident, we put her inside a room that couldn't be entered in order to prevent casualties. But apparently, that backfired on us. Fortunately, the explosion was small, and because Alicia-san was taken aback from the carbon slime spitting powdered carbon, she inadvertently took some distance, allowing her to get by with only some wounds. However, because of the loud noise from the explosion, everyone inside the facility went into an uproar. Moreover, the windows in the laboratories were blown away, and the other slimes were damaged so badly they were pretty much wiped out. We headed to Alicia-san's lab as I recalled those things. By the time we got there, a crowd had already formed and was being kept in check. When we went through that crowd to take a look at the situation, what we saw were the cramping faces of the security. Is anyone injured? Ryalma, as I said that in a loud voice, the crowd immediately parted, opening a way for us. At the end of that path was a guard who answered my question. Just 2 researchers who fainted. There's no danger to their life. There's also no danger as of now. Guard, that's good to hear. What's the cause of all this, Ryalma? If you take a look inside, you'll understand. Guard, just as the guard had said, I took a peek inside the room, and I immediately understood the reasoning behind that scream a while ago, as even my face couldn't help but cramp. Yeah, if it's something like this, you definitely want to scream.